Aha, Ben Rice.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. We up in this.
Hold up. One sec.
I'm holding up.
Jesus and Tequila, thanks for gifting us
You
up.
don't hold up. You'll run up the stairs and get killed by a skeleton.
I just had to thank Jesus and Tequila. Okay, can you guys hear Ben Rice? Volume.
Can you hear me?
1 up,
I'll tell
2
you
2
all
down,
the
3 3 okay. And then you can recite the alphabet. Or you can just be silent.
Oh, me?
Yeah, who else?
I thought you were talking to the chat. You said 1 1 2 2 3 3. Then you can recite the alphabet.
And I said, and you can.
Who's
recite
you?
that.
You were talking to your chat. You
yeah,
jumped. Okay,
you.
so here's the problem. Pronouns instead of my actual name, Faraaz. I need you to use
Yes?
the appropriate
What are
ones.
your pronouns?
Your Majesty.
Oh, Your Majesty.
Yeah.
Okay, what are the
I'm just
plural
kidding. I would feel
forms?
so
Okay.
pretentious if I did that. It's Your Majesty.
Majesty. Good. Okay. Well, hey, hi Ben Rice. How are you doing? You doing good?
I'm still recovering a little bit from the V8, but otherwise.
I heard
good.
about that. Good job.
Yeah. Thanks.
Well
I
done.
did it. I
You
guess.
did,
I don't
yeah.
know. It wasn't really me. It was the community. But
Yeah,
I'm
you're right.
thankful
It
that
wasn't
they
you
were
who
here.
drank that V8. It was everybody
Well,
else.
I drank the V8. I mean, that's not the congratulatory thing. Anybody can drink poison.
Yeah, but it's a symbol of it.
Yeah.
So there was an incentive and you met it and then you did it. So good job on doing it. It's like if the corollary, I think that's the right word, would be, hey Ben Rice, I hit an incentive for doing a Demon Souls no hit run, and then I did it, and you'd be like, well, it wasn't really you, it was the community that did it.
I think that you playing Demon Souls is a little bit even more. Oh God.
Yeah, I died.
I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because I got a
my
what's
insides.
it called, animation, a kick animation.
Mm.
Yeah, it's okay. But no, I made my point. Would you congratulate me on finishing the Demon Souls no hit run?
Yeah, for getting your life back. I'm super invested in you finishing this because I want my friend to be happy.
Yeah, it's never
And I
gonna
just
happen.
feel like it has to happen.
It's never gonna happen. This is what it's gonna be like for the rest of the time. I'm just gonna talk to people while I play Demon Souls. Mm-hmm.
Some
Okay.
people that's their goal. So I guess it could be worse.
No, I could just be like Hob or Squilla, yeah.
Well, let me tell my chat something real quick. Hi guys. Faraaz and I are gonna talk mostly. I will still look at the chats, but probably not as much while we do this. We'll get into regular stuff once we're done. We have a lot that we're gonna be covering, I think. And it's not gonna be our official podcast format. But yeah, so you're welcome to hang out and we'll maybe draw some. We're not gonna be ignoring the chats, but I won't be answering every single thing. I doubt Faraaz will either, because he's gonna be playing a game, and we're gonna be talking about these things, and also we'll have both chats going. So.
Yeah.
All right. So the
Do you want to talk about that first? Call me Carson. You want? Okay, so there's a few things we can talk about.
That seems like the least important in terms
It does
of like
now. Yeah.
everything. It seems like the smallest
Yeah.
issue.
But
So.
you know, for Call Me Carson, it's a pretty big thing.
Yeah. No, we can. I mean, just in terms of like global impact.
Mm-hmm.
Us having this particular conversation can be useful.
I'd agree with that. Let me just turn the audio down and then we can start.
No worries.
So I was told about Call Me Carson from someone messaged me and was like, hey, do you hear about this guy? Call Me Carson, he's getting canceled. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And they said he was getting canceled on the basis that he was talking to an underage girl when he was not underage himself, and it was a ridiculous thing that they were trying to cancel him for.
And that is not an appropriate framing. Just so.
Yeah, that's what I was told. So then when I
Yeah.
looked further into it, I found that Call Me Carson was, I think, dating a girl who was 17 when he was 19. And that now he's 21, that girl decided to say, hey, this was not okay. and come after him for it. Now, do you know anything about this?
Yes.
Okay. What do you know?
I know that a fan of CallMeCarson tweeted at CallMeCarson and said something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember which it was, but either be my husband or marry me. This fan was 17, Carson was 19, and he DM'd her, and then they shared DMs back and forth that included the sharing of sensitive material.
So, sexually explicit material.
Yep.
So they were sexting back and forth.
And so, do you want my initial thoughts
Sure, give me the initial
on
thoughts.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, because I have an opinion on this.
Okay.
People are freaking out about the age difference, and legally, what happened was, I'm fairly certain, illegal because he was in possession of nude photographs of someone who was under 18.
Yes.
In terms of the age difference being the in her initial tweet when he's 21 saying like, oh, he, trigger warning for pedophilia. No, it's not what a pedophile is. That's just wrong. And she did back that up and said, I'm sorry, I used the P word.
Yeah.
That was inaccurate. So good on her for doing that. I do not know specifically what the legality would be if I know the dating or that situation. You like someone with that kind of an age difference can still date.
Yeah.
I think there's I think it's one of those things where depending on where you are, if the age difference is small enough, someone who
Yeah.
like graduates high school that was dating a sophomore, right?
So I
could
looked at
still
that.
continue that.
I didn't look at it. I don't know where he is, but I looked at it Canadian law wise. So it is perfectly acceptable by law for individuals 2 years apart. So you can have a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old technically engaging in sexual interactions, and that's fine as long as there's
think
no teacher. Yeah.
Possession of pictures
Yes.
might have been the legal issue. However, my
Well, I looked
qualm
at that
with all
too.
of that, yeah.
And I found that in Canada, so any sexually explicit material under the age of 18 is child porn. That's what is considered. Now, if you look further into it, there are a few things that come with that. So it's one, the creation or the participation in the creation of the pictures. Two, the distribution. Three, the possession or accessing. And then there's a few other things. But basically, when it comes down to it, she took the pictures and she distributed the pictures. So by Canadian law, she's liable for those things. While Carson, CallMeCarson, who is the one who received them, is in possession and has access to them. So he's liable there, but they're both technically at fault. Like it's not just he took advantage of her. It's she created the photos and distributed them. Like he didn't force her to do this.
So my actual only issue, and what I think most people should be upset about, and it makes the most sense, would be the power dynamic.
Wait. Say that again?
Audience and dating a
Oh, yeah,
fan.
the demon roared.
Shut up, Tubbo. I'm
Yeah.
talking. The issue that I have, and that I think most people would have, and what I think is the strongest point would be the power dynamic that exists between a large personality and content creator dating a fan. Like that power dynamic just exists. And that seems to me to be the most compelling argument that someone would have, where people were hyper fixated on the age difference. And I think that misses the strongest critique that you would have potentially.
Okay, so just to clarify, that's the strongest position, or the
moral position.
the strongest.
Legally, there is some weird stuff that happens, and I, as an actual, like, piece of advice, if you are a large content creator, don't talk to anybody as a sexual partner that is like regardless of how close you are in age. You like hard line 18 or more, and probably don't try to date your fans anyway. It's just ill-advised.
See,
So
I
I
don't
don't.
necessarily agree with that.
You
Um,
can okay. In my opinion, it more often leads to problems
I
than
would
good
agree with
things.
that. Yes, I would
That
agree
is
with
what
that.
that is the official stance that I am saying. And if you're talking to somebody who is a minor, I don't care how old you are, just don't. Just don't. It's
So
just stay away. You nothing good will come of that compared to the bad that it could be.
I don't necessarily agree with the whole power dynamic thing. I think I want to clarify, is this the strongest position you could find, or is this what you think?
I would say morally the age difference I think is weaker. If
Very
someone's
weak. It's
like,
a
well,
2-year age
he's older
difference.
because the problem with an age difference is power dynamic. That's why people have. That's why you can't date children, because we as a society have decided that they are not developed
That's a developmental
enough.
difference. I don't think that's necessarily an age difference.
Developmental difference is where we're judging that as that's what the power dynamic. One person in that relationship has an extreme power advantage over the other person
Uh,
that they can't make informed decisions as a child
Not necessarily,
with
and
that.
that's why. Well, we'd have to be like, give me an example. Which age groups are we talking about?
You can't date a prepubescent. Well, you can't date a prepubescent child.
Well,
Like
a 9-year-old can date a 7-year-old.
We've decided societally.
Yes, a 9-year-old can date a 7-year-old,
Right,
and
because
a 10.
they're both in that range. Once
And
you get to 18, we decide that that's there, and that's why the muddy area would be there. Literally, they could be in the same dating pool.
well,
At
yeah,
17
but
and
the
19.
whole idea I'm trying to state is that, like, well, a 14-year-old can date or sorry, a 13-year-old can date an 11-year-old. One can be
But a
prepubescent.
13-year-old can't date a 2-year-old.
That's true. And so, but a 30-year-old can date a 20-year-old, and a 50-year-old can also date a 25-year-old. That's not.
We've decided societally that once you hit that 18 mark, then you are developed enough to make those decisions for yourself.
Yes, but it's not necessarily an age difference. I think it's a developmental difference, and so the
Right.
developmental difference is circumvented by the 2-year rule in Canada
Well,
law, at least.
what we would say in terms of the developmental difference is that the massive amount of development that happens from adolescence to being 18 would theoretically, like society decided, it slows down enough that developmental, because a 50-year-old dating a 20-year-old is gonna have some pretty large like life differences.
Yep.
Like Jess and I have an age difference. I am older than Jess, and we have had problems in the past that we've had to work through because we're like in different stages of life to a degree. And that can be that gap of being larger kind of gets exponentially tougher the larger the gap is, but it also becomes less important the older that both parties get.
Yes, that's true. Yes. So
I
then,
would yeah, go
with
ahead.
Carson, the age difference is 2 years, 19 and 17. So the age difference, I think, is an incredibly weak argument because, hey, 2 years by Canadian law is acceptable regardless of the age. As long as you're not more than 2 years apart, you're allowed to engage in it and also engage in sexual interaction legally. Like that's okay. So I think that's a very weak argument. But the not the whole power dynamic thing is, I don't agree with that either. It's like,
So
yep.
okay, no, go ahead.
It's like, well, look, there's a statistic that says most individuals meet their significant other in the workplace. This is a U.S. statistic, I believe. It's over 60% of individuals meet their husband or wife in the workplace, right? And it's not always employee to employee relations. It's not always like, oh, we are equal in status. There's always a power dynamic aspect to certain things, and there always will be. Like there's teacher-student relationships. There are high school student versus like sophomore versus junior student. I don't know what the terms are, but there's always going to be a dynamic like that. Fuck my face. And
No, thank you. I'm
It's
good.
gonna, you know, it's like that can't be like a, oh, this was immoral because there was a power dynamic. There's always going to be a power dynamic, and it's not even necessarily a bad thing. A lot of people are actually attracted to that power dynamic, and nor doesn't necessarily absolve the girl of fault because she came on to him. I think that's pretty clear.
King Alant the 12th.
Yes.
So what? Anybody that comes on to me, I have to do a background check on them, see if I'm in a position of power, and then make the quote unquote moral decision to say, I should not be attracted to this person. I think I'll just continue talking to my computer. It's like, no, that's unreasonable.
So I would just say that in an instance where you have somebody who has an immense following,
Mhm.
it is not like, I read the messages. They're both cringy as f***. Like it is two severely socially underdeveloped people fumbling through some super cringy like conversations, like any two inexperienced high schoolers. Neither of them are, like, I think, developmentally ahead of the curve. So the argument though that I would see is when you have somebody who has the kind of social media reach and following that he does, you, whether fair or not, you have to be more mindful of, and I think this is something that you and I might have run into when it comes to the responsibility, right? The larger your platform is, the bigger your responsibility is compared to other people.
So what's his responsibility here? What would it be here?
I would there were times in the messages he expressed that he had a feeling that what they were doing was ill-advised and was
Lots of people
doing
say
it
that.
anyway.
Girls say that all the time. Oh, we shouldn't do this. Oh, we shouldn't do this. Oh, we shouldn't. That doesn't necessarily mean anything in that
I'm not
language.
condemning it. I think that people have very much overreacted to the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I think this is yet another example that I would call to of like, hey, it's probably best not to date your fans.
Well,
it is almost certainly not worth it. I'm trying to think of cases where it is, and this is just another data point that I would put towards, look what happens when you try to do this. You shouldn't. If you've got 1 million people that are watching your YouTube videos where you're playing video games, and some another person, just be more cautious and hold off on sending pictures of your PP.
No, that's ridiculous.
I would think.
Okay,
I
so
do not think that every time they're ridiculous.
I can,
That's
yeah.
not,
The whole
Okay.
idea of ridiculous is nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense.
it
So-
does make sense.
No,
Because we're
it
seeing it make sense right here.
It does
So
not
you
make
can say
sense.
I disagree with that, but it absolutely, this is an example of what can happen when you have that sort of thing. A person who has
yeah, and
little,
I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense.
okay.
So I agree with you that the results of this are not very good.
Yes.
They're not. They're not good for
Do
him,
you
and
think
they're.
that they are maybe predictable too? Do you think this is shocking? Do you think this is crazy and shocking and unreasonable to assume that this happens more often than it could be avoided?
I think it is unreasonable, but not shocking. However, I do think it should be shocking, which shows just how bad things have gotten. This should not happen. What you've got is you've got two awkward individuals who have not developed their opposite sex interactions very well. It shows, like you said, and they're fumbling through a bunch of stuff. And then one individual decides to take advantage, and you could even call this a power dynamic, of the situation around them and harm the other one. So CallMeCarson is being canceled for nothing. What did he do? Okay, like, let me put it in the shoes of the streamer. He's an awkward individual. I've seen a picture of him. I haven't watched him or anything, but from what I can tell, he's an awkward individual who hasn't had much luck with ladies. He hasn't really explored his sexuality or this. You could say a bunch of things. You could propose a bunch of things. But he's massively successful as a streamer. And so then what is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to never talk to anybody that talks to him because now he has this power dynamic? Is he supposed to go out in the world and say, hey guys, I would like to date so I can get some experience? Is he supposed to just shrug off any organic and natural advances that come his way because it's irresponsible, quote unquote? It's like, no, that's unreasonable. It's terrible. And it's not
So
only... Yep,
I need to push before I let you continue.
sure.
When you're saying Call Me Carson is canceled.
They want to cancel him. Yeah, I'm not saying he is
I hear
canceled,
that-
but they
no,
want to
well,
cancel him.
because
Yeah.
0 of his social media have been blocked. There has been nothing. People are saying, "Hey, I don't like that you did this. I'm not a fan anymore." For the record, that is not canceling.
It's a push to it. So it's a
Sure,
like, for
people
example,
are saying
there
this
are...
is gross, but this is not. He has not been canceled.
He
still
has been
access to all of his social media.
mischaracterized on a large basis. So canceled, well, okay, then you'd have to get into the definition of canceled.
Yep,
Because
and
technically,
I think that's where we're going next. So,
technically, 0 wasn't canceled. He just said, okay, I can't do this anymore. This is too much for me. I'm
Right.
going to rescind. I'm going to delete all my accounts. I'm going to delete my Twitch. I'm going to delete my YouTube. And would you say he's canceled? No, but it's
I
a
would not.
similar consequence, right?
I can't grant you that.
Oh,
It's
okay.
The
Well,
consequence
you got-
your own following saying I disagree with the actions you took. I am no longer following you or doing this. Is well within their right. There is
It's
no,
within
you are
their
not
right.
It's the difference between freedom of speech and compelled speech that we've had the conversation of.
No,
before, and
that's
we'll
a
probably talk
very
about here.
different difference
No
because
one's compelled to
it's
follow you.
mischaracterization. So if I said, hey, I start spreading the rumor, hey, Ben Rice is a pedophile. Let's say I say this, and it picks up, and let's say about half your following disappears, and it's a complete mischaracterization. Do you think
That
that's
could-
acceptable?
I think it could absolutely happen. I think someone could make a rumor and that is not called me getting canceled.
No, it's not. I
That
agree
is-
with that, but do you think
right.
that's acceptable?
I would prefer it not to. Can it happen? Yes, people can say what they want. That's what
No,
freedom of
not
speech
not
People
is
can
it
lie about each other
possible?
all the
Is it
time.
acceptable?
When you say that, you're asking me like legally, or are you talking about morally?
You're both.
My personal preference is that people are more honest than they are, but that's not what people are.
Okay, but that doesn't. So what are you? It's like, hey, look, here's this thing that's happening. Is it okay? And so you're saying, well, it can happen. And I'm like,
saying,
yes,
I'm saying we should aspire societally and personally to find the truth in situations and to not be dishonest with an intention of breaking down somebody's reputation dishonestly. However, no one is owed a following. No one is entitled to people following them. And if someone leaves for whatever reason they deem fit from following or supporting a creator, that is well within their purview to do.
Yes,
Right?
that is fair. So what you're saying is, hey, look, it can happen. People shouldn't do it. They are able to unfollow someone on any basis. Yes, I agree
Yes.
with that.
Yes. Absolutely.
However, what I am not seeing is the denouncing of the egregious and large mischaracterization.
We are
of us-
denouncing the egregious and large mischaracterization of a creator. You and I right now are doing that.
How so?
We are both saying, yeah, we think that this is an overblown reaction. It's both parties have some fault in this, and it's cringy AF. And yes, we are doing that right now.
Yes, we are
denouncing
we're doing that. Yes, but there's a large amount of people. This is almost like I'm almost making the argument you make in opposition to a bunch of my points right now, but it's like it's strange. But it's like, hey, look, I looked up an article the other day about CallMeCarson canceled, right? And
Okay, so the reporter who wrote that article used canceled wrong too, because reporters can also be dumb because
sure,
they're people.
that's not
Okay.
that's not the point I'm making. But what it said is, it said, hey, look, there's a streamer, CallMeCarson, and he's accused for alleged allegations of underage, blah blah blah. They never mentioned the age gap of 19 to 17. They never mentioned that she was the one that came onto him first or anything like that. They never mentioned any of the things that would be potentially her fault or malicious on her side. They just characterized him as like, look, here's a pedophile. That's what they did.
Yeah,
That's-
that is irresponsible journalism, and that is one of the problems with breaking news, for sure. I agree with that.
Yes. Okay. And so that's what's happening on a large scale right now. There are people who are like, hey, fuck you, man. I can't believe you did this. This is disgusting. I'm grossed out by it, and so on and so forth. Like do you think that's okay? Like, do you think Carson deserves this?
Do I think he deserves the reaction in terms of people saying that you're gross? I think that it's based off because it's based off of a mischaracterization. No, I do not think that he deserves it.
Okay, and so do you think that this mischaracterization, which is more common than not, should be more common than it is, or should be
I need
should
you
be
to
as
rephrase
common
that.
as Okay, so this mischaracterization. Well, two things here. One, it's more common than people think it is. This isn't the only case where it happened. Two, it's. I was gonna say something. Not it's doing damage, but then as soon as I heard something, it popped in my head. It's doing damage. I think I would say two. What was I gonna say?
This is where it becomes difficult. So I believe what you're saying, or what you're asking, or what you're trying to get at, is you're recognizing a societal trend that we are moving towards that you are unhappy with.
Not just unhappy with, but I feel is
Indicative of future problems that are going to get worse, maybe?
yes, but I would word it more strongly. Indicative of future problems that have the
You
likelihood to
are
be catastrophic.
Catastrophic. I knew the C word
Yeah,
was coming.
I
That's
knew. I
like
said it before you
went
did.
Ridiculous and catastrophic. Well, I said
It's
it.
catastrophic, yeah.
I said it. Yep. I think maybe where we're getting hung up is the definition of cancellation, because you can't compel masses of people to. Because, like I said, and I am in agreement that people ought to be more honest and more intentional and thoughtful about developing positions before condemning somebody when they are severely lacking the context and information.
Sure, and I agree with that. However, that is not encouraged both by Twitter's TOS as well as a bunch of the catchphrases of the recent movements. For example, one of the things I said in the Me Too movement was "believe all victims," which ended
It
up
was
being
believe victims. That
yeah, believe
all
victims.
is-
Sorry,
yes.
all I didn't mean to. And then that turned into believe women. And when argued against, or when you push back against it, they say, look, why would any woman claim this, or why would any victim claim this? And well, here's a case right here.
We're talking, yes. The reason that I see that being the position is because we're talking about statistical significance in terms of cases and what's more likely to happen. And then it comes down to a question of when you have an imperfect world and an imperfect society where there are going to be mistakes that are made, right?
Sure, of course.
In most cases, statistically, it is less common and less likely that in those circumstances a victim of sexual assault or an alleged victim of sexual assault is lying. And I think you and I have talked about this before, where the idea of one person being falsely accused and having their entire life ruined is an unacceptable cost for that tendency. And I recognize that is your position. I'm saying the trend towards that is meant to be statistical, like, backing, and I think there may be times where it comes down to the question of what is acceptable in terms of a realistic approach versus a utopian
do the
society
ends
where no
justify
one is ever.
the means? Yes, that's what they say. And not only that, but they don't have hard statistics to work with. So this is all well and good. I understand their argument. Well, look, if a few men suffer here, then it's better for the women because they've been suffering all along. Yeah, they make arguments like this and so on and so forth. And it's like, it's just because it's dressed up in a fancy way or it says this, or it's the same thing. It's the idea of the ends justify the means, which is not a good idea. It's really not a good idea because, well, generally when things adopt that perspective, movements adopt that perspective, they start doing fairly reprehensible things or justifying fairly reprehensible things. And not only that, but the ends that they are trying to achieve or get to never come. So it's just a bunch of means, terrible, terrible, horrible things happening, and saying it's all for this, it's all for utopia, it's all for this equality. And it's like people are dying, suffering, getting hurt, lives are being ruined, and there's no guarantee you're going to even get to this utopia or if it's even possible. This whole equality stuff, like equality of outcome, that's never going to happen, nor is it ideal. Yet people are saying, well, look, if a few white people are oppressed in the name of that, it's okay. It's like, no, that's like, it's such a ridiculous argument. And the whole reason I bring up this Me Too thing is because you said, hey, I would like it if people aspired to be more honest and more thorough in their, I don't know, I'm paraphrasing, in their interaction.
In the formations of their opinions when it comes to things, and the idea. And sometimes you and I butt heads on this. I wish people would take a second before they post what they think. And there have been times where you said, Ben, you need to be willing to make mistakes.
Yeah, because you're not
post
people.
your thoughts and opinions.
Okay, you're not people.
But that same advice. The reason that you and I think have gotten hung up in the past is because I'm always nervous of something like this happening, of me forming an incomplete opinion, posting that opinion. And
Yeah,
then
but
finding out that I was
you're
wrong.
not a toddler. So that advice works for toddlers. You're a fully grown man. Metaphorically, I'm saying this metaphorically, not age-wise. You are developed, articulate, and researched. You have credentials. Good. They're demonstrated. So
I wish more people did that.
You wish more people got those things? Yeah, me too. I wish more people were developed, but they aren't. And as such, because they aren't developed, yeah, sure, tell them to think before they speak. But you, I think, no, you should just speak because you're probably going to be right.
But I will. But the reason I'm probably going to be right is because I do those things and I wait before I speak. That's
that's
not
not it. That's
okay.
That might have been what got you here and what helped you get that. And we've argued about this so much.
I know.
But
which is
really,
why
you're losing.
It feels very tied into this.
You're losing your capacity. You're diminishing your capacity. You have it's like fucking, what's it called? Like a martial artist, right? And they've worked so hard for years and years and years to refine their technique, their training, their bodies, and they generally know what they're doing. And then they go into a situation and someone attacks them, and before they attack back or before they counter, they're like, should I, I don't know, should I do this? And then they think about it. They're like, oh yeah, I should. By that time, it's already too late. They've already taken the hit. They've missed the opportunity, whatever. It's the same thing I see. It's like, you're like, should I say anything about this? And it's like, oh, it's too late. You had your chance. It's over. Yeah, of course you should have. You had the opportunity to do so, and the opportunity's gone now. But anyway.
Too many people go that other direction. I have
it doesn't matter. Fuck those people.
Pivot on this that might be more useful.
Well, hold on. I wanted to get back to my original point, was that, hey, you said that you wish more people were more honest and more thorough in their assessment of a situation, paraphrasing. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm saying is a lot of the messages of these movements, like believe all women, believe all victims, believe women, believe victims, is in opposition to that. It's don't form an argument. No. Just believe this. Don't think about it. Just follow the rhetoric. It's the same thing with Black Lives Matter, with all, I don't know, even the recent coup thing. It's the same thing. And so that's what I see a contradiction there. That's what I'm trying to point to. Hi, CBD and Matt.
Okay. I have a definition here that we can work from for at least the Merriam-Webster's definition of cancellation. I do have a question that I would want to do. That's you remember the Apple.
Yes, I do.
Thought experiment, right? So for any chat that doesn't know, sometimes when we try to, when having a conversation, I think a really useful, the first two things you should try to do to be constructive is to, if you have an idea of what you think the other person in the conversation believes, try to restate their opinion in a way that they wouldn't object to it. So me restating Faraaz's, to restate Faraaz's argument in a way that he'd say, yes, that is what I believe. As opposed to, no, that is not what I meant, let me re-articulate, right? I think that's a healthy way to start most civil conversations. The second thing that I think is really helpful if you do have a disagreement is for somebody to ask what you would need to be presented with, what kind of evidence the other person would need to be presented with to change their mind. So the example that I always use is if a person's held belief is all apples are red, and I say, I believe that you are saying that you have a true belief that all apples are red. And they say, yes, that is what I think. All apples are red. It's going to be tough to change my mind. I said, what if I showed you a green apple? If that person says, well, if you showed me a green apple, obviously, I will have to change my worldview because now I've had this new information that I didn't understand. And now my improvement of that understanding will be made by the introduction of the green apple. And so when we're looking for something like this, my held belief is that Faraaz, or my understanding of Faraz's belief is that cancellation is indicative of bad cancel culture, or the trend of people being more likely to jump towards removing somebody's access to their following as a punishment for a decision that they've made or an action that they've taken is negatively indicative of future events to the point of being catastrophic.
So that is fair, but I want to get more specific because
Okay.
let's deal with this situation first and foremost. The situation of Call Me Carson. And so my position here, to be more specific, on top of what you said, is that this is utterly reprehensible behavior. This is not deserved by him. And the fact that this is acceptable, and not only acceptable but supported, is outrageous. And it's a huge problem. It's a terrifying problem.
To clarify, when you're saying it's supported, I want to know what that means. When you're saying it's like there's a majority of people are doing that, because I've seen most of the things that I have found have been people walking back on how hard they've gone when presented with the new context. I agree that breaking news coverage is often very terribly done, because we don't have all the facts, and someone writing an article saying that this person is losing a bunch of following because they were sexting and being a pedophile is unforgivable journalism.
Well, it's slander. So
it's lies.
It's lies. It's slander. So the whole idea is that my perspective is that Call Me Carson is he's not a bad person necessarily. I don't know very much about him, but he's an awkward guy who just happens to be successful. He went on to explore options in his life in not a necessarily bad way, in not a wrong way, in not a reprehensible way. He wasn't irresponsible.
In an inadvisable way, though, I would say that.
But inadvisable, I would not say. I wouldn't even say that. If Call Me Carson talked to me and he said, "Hey, man, listen, there's this girl. I think she's 17. I'm 19. She thinks she seems to be attracted to me." I'd be like, "Okay, well, why don't you talk to her?" He'd be like, "Well, I'm worried about the content creation stuff and worried about the pushback it'll have with my fans." And you know what I would say? I would say, "Listen, what's more important? A relationship with an individual, or the success of your channel, or not having your do you want to make a fear-based decision, or do you see an opportunity you want to take it?"
I would advise, maybe this is the disagreement we would have, where I would say no, the risk of that is not worth it for there's no possible, do you know
That's
what the chances
ridiculous.
of somebody, do you know what the chances of somebody who is 19 meeting their soulmate who is at 17 via a long distance
It's not
internet
about
relationship on
chances. You
Twitter?
can't predict this stuff. Twitter's
You
new.
absolutely can't predict it, but my friends that I care about dearly.
No.
You're
Hey,
saying
I'll ask
this
you a
is not
question. I
predictable
will ask you a
situation.
question.
Go ahead.
Let's say that you were in Carson's position and Jess was in the position of that girl. Would you
I would
say?
not have.
Oh
I
my
would
God!
Not,
So
I
you would
absolutely
say
not.
Really?
I don't.
You would
I don't
not
even play
take
Among Us
that
with
chance.
fans.
My
I distance
God.
myself from underage fans when it comes to that all the time. Yes, that is the advice I would
Under
take.
it's 17 and you're 19. You're not 19 anymore. That's stupid. That is actually stupid. Instead of giving love a chance, one of the most wonderful things about the human experience.
Find love with.
Yeah,
with
sure. Go to
someone
your
more
little
within your
online
realm.
dating
Yeah.
portal where you hide the fact you're a streamer to, conceal the power dynamic that might exist, and hopefully there you'll find Jess instead of letting it happen organically or whatever. It's just like that's such a ridiculous argument. Like, oh, listen, you should prioritize your unstable and volatile career that is judged and shaped by millions of mob-like individuals on Twitter over a potential romance that might be the fulfillment of your life. You should not take these opportunities.
It is absolutely unwise to data fan
That's,
when you have a
no.
when you are
Unwise
yes,
is not the right
unwise.
word. You can say unadvisable, not unwise. I will not accept that one.
Inadvisable and okay, well
Yeah.
then that will be our disagreement. You can say it's inadvisable but not unwise. I will say it is unwise, and the risk of that is much higher than the potential benefits.
And even
in my
if
experience and what I've seen, yes,
it's
I
not
will
even
stand by
unadvisable.
You're always telling me I'm too wishy-washy on these things. I am. That is my stance. And
fine.
100%.
Take that. Now we can
Yes.
argue on that basis. But here's the thing. Okay, so even then, so what I mean, going back to the original point, what I mean on that front is even if let's grant you your thing. Let's say even if it is inadvisable, what he did. Like, I don't know, squirrel shooting is inadvisable. Skydiving is inadvisable. There's lots of things that are inadvisable.
What was the first? Did you say squirrel shooting?
Yeah, you jump out of a plane with a squirrel suit and you fly around like a fucking fat squirrel.
Is that?
It's really cool.
I'm looking up.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm gonna get a bunch of furry sites if I look up squirrel shooting.
I don't know if it's actually called squirrel shooting, but it's like skydiving, but you have squirrel wings.
Wingsuit. Okay.
Wingsuit.
Yep. Wingsuit.
Ergonomics, thanks for the 36 months. Welcome back.
Dressing up like a like the persona was a squirrel and they're jumping out of.
Yeah,
Like, that's
so
just how
you-
you die. Okay, sorry.
You
Go
can
ahead.
say that's inadvisable, and that's fair. But you
Yes.
cannot say it's pedophilic. You cannot say it's
I wouldn't
illegal.
say it. Nope, I'm not saying it's pedophilic. I'm not saying it's.
And
illegal.
I'm not saying
it's
you are.
ill-advised.
I'm not saying you
Okay.
are. I'm saying the general masses have said these things. You can't say he's a terrible, horrible person, or that he's abusing his power dynamic, or he's, I don't know, one of the worst things about the patriarchy. Like all these things that you can throw out. You can't say sexist, misogynistic, is sadistic, whatever. Like a lot of these things, I'm. Not the sadistic thing, but I've seen the other things, right? There's no consequence for the people that mischaracterize him. There's no consequence for the people that slander him. Even if you were in chat and said, yeah, fuck CallMeCarson, he's a terrible person. And then we talked to you, not you, Ben Rice, but we talked to that person and we're like, hey, that's actually not true. He didn't really do anything wrong. And they're like, oh, you're right. Hey, I see it now. There would be no consequence. It would just be like, oh, well, good for you. You see it now. But on the other side
there is a consequence.
What's the
that
consequence?
That the people that reported that are lose credibility as a news outlet.
No, they
The people
don't.
That did for you and I aren't going to trust what they say, right? Because they did this.
Oh,
That
we
is the
don't even know
consequence.
who they are. Like, that's the thing. It's like, this
Who
is...
wrote the article that you're referring to?
I have no idea. I didn't
I'm
check.
gonna cancel them right now. I'm never gonna read their stuff and
Oh,
believe them or take them
great.
seriously.
That's cool. But it's like the fact of the matter is, unless they lose their job at the newspaper, which people do, they're pretty much fine. They can write and people will be like, oh yeah, this news, like, I am not
Would you like them to lose their job?
in this case, the blatant mischaracterization of an individual in terms of, no, I would not like them to necessarily lose their job.
Okay, because I would write that down for later as your green apple of what it would take for someone to be justifiably canceled. Or
If there was
removed from a
clear
position.
malicious intent,
You
then
cannot
yes, I
prove
would.
intent. So if it needs to be something that is provable.
Well,
because
no,
clear
you
malicious
could
intent is
you could
can't.
take no, you can't prove intent. But let's say I'm just trying to give you what would be my red apple. If you
That's
took
what I need,
an
yeah.
individual with the ability to do these things, to publish articles, and you analyze their articles over a month, 2 months, 3 months period, and you found the propagation of an ideology over the facts or the truth that was of the situation, then I would say that is grounds to have them fired from that newspaper.
What
because-
about removed from Twitter?
Removed from Twitter.
Someone who is putting out
No.
false information that could be potentially harmful. Would
No,
remove them from Twitter for
I
that?
do not think that.
Good to know for later. Good.
Yeah, I do not think a removal for Twitter would be accepted unless it was like, hey, go attack these people, or like something that was blatantly, like we have to get to how wrong it is. So this becomes tricky because Twitter has a character limit and it's not a big article. So let's go into this a little bit further. So if someone said on Twitter, hey, I think all white people are stupid or something like that, that's not true. It's incorrect. Would that characterize removal from Twitter? No, I do not think so. They can have that opinion. That's fine. People can follow them. People cannot. That's okay.
I feel like that would be a bannable offense.
Oh
on
no!
Twitter.
Well,
you don't think that someone saying all white people are stupid wouldn't be a
people say that all
wouldn't
all
be
the time.
against US?
All the time.
When you say people say that all the time, I'm always looking for
Google it. Google someone saying
I'm
kill
doing it
all
right
men.
now.
Kill all men. How about that one?
That's different.
That is not different.
It's,
Kill all.
it's not the same phrase. You said kill all men.
Oh,
Is
okay.
that a
Well,
hashtag
here I'll
that's
give you an
trending?
example. So there's
I'm
a
trying to look for something to kill all men 2020. Here we go. I can't. I have you up in a video capture on my
yeah.
screen. So
Maybe
I'm having
chat can help this stuff too. Oh, you're capturing me. You don't have to capture me.
I got your voice is desynced, but it looks like I'm talking to a little Faraaz in the corner.
Oh,
I
that's
can't-
cool.
Otherwise, it's just me sitting here because I'm not gonna be trying to. We can't both be playing video games while this is happening.
Okay. Yeah.
I need to be able to at least read the things and check stuff to make sure.
Yeah. Okay. So here, I'll give you the case of someone known as Sarah Young. Okay. Sarah Young had tweets, and I don't know if they've been deleted or not, which said things like, God, it must be so boring to be a white person. All white people can do because of cultural appropriation or whatever is ski and maybe golf. That's the more minor ones. The more malicious ones are, God, I just love making old white men feel uncomfortable and hurt. That's something else. Sarah Young is someone who worked for, I believe, the New York Times. And not only was she not fired for these comments, but they said they justified them. And they said, hey, look, she doesn't mean what she's saying. And this is a proponent of her being a victim of the patriarchy. It's I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something like that. They justified her expression. They said it wasn't all right, but they didn't condemn it. And so there's a case where it's like, hey, no one's really going after her, you know?
Do you think that should be? So here's the question: is it a matter of it's an imbalance in being enforced? That you're saying it should be enforced? You're saying because it's not enforced in this instance, it shouldn't be enforced otherwise?
I think
that's where I'm running into the problem.
Yes,
so
I
if
think
you're,
that-
are you asking for them to do more because that is more?
No. I'm saying, look, you can't pick and choose. So what's happening here often is that they are picking and choosing. Oh, Trump did this in this situation, out. If Biden did the same thing, we'll give him more leniency because it supports their ideology. Okay, Sarah Young in this case, yeah, we'll keep her. But in this case, someone said, hey, all lives matter. Okay, we'll take him out. You know, like these things do happen. And that's why I'm saying non-ambiguity and a clear QoS is very important. And that comes to Twitch, that comes to Twitter. A non-subjective nor interpretable, or you minimize the rate of error in terms of what can be said wrongly and not said wrongly. That's what I'm arguing for. I'm saying, like, look, if you are enforcing these things, then you can't pick and choose. You have to get all of them out.
I would say that is also my utopia for us, where we have non-ambiguous TOS and everybody knows exactly where lines are, and every decision made is perfect by the people that are enforcing them.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to get there.
It's
Because
not this
people-
way. This
everybody's-
isn't the way. This is clearly not the way. So
Okay.
let's go back to the whole CallMeCarson thing. And it's just to reiterate my point. I feel like there's no consequence for the people that are speaking for a certain ideology that in this case will bring great harm to CallMeCarson. The harm is not deserved, nor is it justified, but it will happen and has happened regardless. And the people that incited that harm or were a part of that harm have no consequence.
What
in fact,
consequence do you think would be appropriate?
well, for one, slander. I think there should be something that happens there.
Do you think that like legal action taken against the people that are saying that are the legal action for slander taken against the people that wrote the articles that didn't contextualize things? Maybe.
Yes, but this is not necessarily still. Well, we can go into that as well, but we can say okay.
When you say there are not consequences and that is what you have a problem with, I need you to present
Yes,
me with a
I
consequence.
am trying. So
Okay.
I'm speaking more on social consequence. So it's not like it's like let's say I was like, hey, fuck, call me Carson. This guy's a terrible person. Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And then you were like, hey, no, he's not. Actually, this isn't this. Then I say, okay, Ben Rice, you're right. And in some cases, I say, no, I'm going to stick by my guns. Then people think pretty much the same about me. It's like, okay, yeah, Faraaz thinks this. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. He's for women. He's for feminism or whatever. He just thinks that there's a power dynamic and it was abused and it's not really a big deal. Like, he has some points. And it's like, no, this is ridiculous. If you think Call Me Carson here is a predator, a pedophile, or anything like that, that's fucked up. That's super fucked up. I think that's very fucked up, and it's logically that way. And so I don't understand how someone can have that thought and socially get away with it. That's what I'm talking about. The social climate and culture is to let people off the hook for calling other people's racists, transphobes, Nazis, making outrageous allegations that could crush them, their family life, their career, at no consequence. Where on the other side of the spectrum, people who have done little to nothing at all, that are not for this ideology, get destroyed at the drop of a hat. That's what I'm saying.
Still trying to find shame them, make fun of them, call them a bunch of boys, and say like you're being ridiculous on Twitter.
No, maybe
Right.
consider these people reprehensible, like, and actually have that, like, I don't understand how that isn't the basis. Like, hey, look, you're being stupid, you're being ridiculous. He didn't do anything.
And we're telling them that right now. If you
Yeah,
overreacted
me
to this,
and you.
you're
But look
right.
at all the comments on Carson's profile. Look at all the articles written. And what I'm saying,
the only way to implement some sort of mass shaming or punishment is somebody enacting some sort of actual consequence. Social shaming or the idea of social correction requires individuals to enact it. You and I are doing that.
maybe we're on the
So
wrong page then. So what I'm saying is not, hey, we need to start a mob and get some pitchforks to get all these shit boys out of here. What I'm saying is, I cannot believe that the position of Carson is a reprehensible individual based on these ideas or facts is an acceptable position. Like,
Right. You
I
and
can
I both
understand
agree with that,
a
that
couple
people
of
are-
people making that mistake or making that, deliberate decision in order to push their narrative. But I don't know, like, the overrepresentation of those people, I think, is a really big problem. It's like
So,
saying how many people
we
believe the earth is flat.
We
Okay.
can point out that that's the problem. That there's a lot of people that believe that. There's also a lot of people that watch the Paul brothers on YouTube. Unless there's some sort of consequence in terms of what we can advocate for, we're really just left to trying to present compelling rhetoric that improves people's ability to understand. Because you can't just say it's ridiculous that everyone does this and that statement alone isn't going to actually do much, right? Like, we can point it out
no.
and do that like we are doing right now.
But
But
it's
are
not
you
on
calling for an
actionable
action?
things. No. What I'm saying is from that basis, from the idea that is the current reality, that people are way out of line in terms of thinking things that just are not rational or even it makes, why would you think that? Like, it doesn't make sense why people would be like, oh yeah, he's a terrible person. You can say, okay, from there you can say, well, why? Why do they think that way? And then you can start pointing to other problems and say, well, they think this way in part because a consequence of the Me Too movement. Or they could say they think about this in part because 61% of people in universities think it's okay to silence an individual or silence a viewpoint you don't agree with. Or they think of this in part because it's more acceptable now to shout someone down than listen to their point of view and contend with it. These are all potentially contributing reasons, and it might not be correlation or causation, but I think there's a strong correlation there. So you can do that. And from this situation, you can start taking components of other things that have led to this and recognizing flaws as well as potential future flaws. And to clarify, because I know you think I should probably clarify these things, I'm not saying the
Always
Me
do.
Too
Good job.
movement was a bad thing or terrible in all of its components. I think this one component or consequence of it was not good. That's what I'm saying there. So would you...
I would say that most movements are and society as a whole is imperfect, and we are constantly battling against
Yeah, but there's a difference
against
between
misinformation
imperfect
and
and
unthoughtful, mindless decisions.
yeah,
I
imperfect.
don't know if I can grant that. I'm really glad that you made the clarification that it was that and recognized that it's a correlation that you are recognizing is that instead of claiming causation, because you'd never be able to do that.
Yeah, sure.
So good. I'm proud of you. That was a
Great.
good.
Well, that's good. But here's the thing, is that there's a difference between not perfect and heavily flawed. Okay? There's a very big difference. And we can see right now that a lot of the things that are going on are actually heavily fucking flawed. It's not that they don't do good things or achieve good things or they aren't going in the potential right direction. It's that they are heavily flawed, and those flaws, I think in a lot of cases, are intentional and designed to serve a purpose. And here's what I think. Here's what I think about CallMeCarson. Here's what should happen. Nothing. Literally nothing. Other than maybe the legality of like, okay, you have pictures of a girl that was under 18. Okay, well, she created them and sent them to me. It's like, so does she want to press charges, or do I want to press charges against her? Like, and there might be something there, but really, I don't think that's a problem. I do not think there's a problem between a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old dating. I think there is a problem when that 17-year-old can say, hey, I'm not happy with this. I'm going to take social action for which there are guaranteed consequences of, regardless of if I am valid in my points or not. That's what I think there's a problem with. And I think Carson,
Okay.
yep.
I'm recognizing that you are. So this is where we're getting hung up. You are making these descriptive statements of saying this is what I'm recognizing the problem with, and I agree that we're having those problems. The disconnect or the next step is going to be some sort of prescriptive statement of what one ought to do. And someone actually in my chat mentioned something that maybe a struggle here is looking for a reactive consequence. There isn't one. The only solution is a proactive educational and critical thinking that will drive society-wide disregard of inaccuracy and information. And we as a society en masse are ill-equipped for self-correction. And I will admit, social media and people's ability to have an uninformed megaphone that could potentially reach a bunch of people very quickly is dangerous, and the larger your following is, the more careful you have to. It circles back to, I agree with you.
I do not think that is the right stance to take.
I think that where we run into the problem is I say that people need to be more cautious, and there's more responsibility for larger creators or people who have larger voices to be even more meaningful because they have more of a possibility of spreading misinformation. But I don't have. That's my prescription. Is that content creators with large audiences take more responsibility, and we correct that where we can by encouraging them to be more thoughtful and mindful when they come to those conclusions and make those observations.
Okay, so
you disagree with that? You think that society is going bad? I'm trying to.
Yeah. Let me say it. Let me.
Then say it.
Yes.
Say it.
So I'm glad we agree on the, hey, people need to be more responsible. Now, and I do agree, like, hey, you do have to acknowledge the rules and the things that are going to happen to you. Like, if you wade out into the water, there's a chance that, a shark's going to eat you. And it might not be fair, but you still have to acknowledge that there's sharks out there and you might get eaten. Right? Fair enough. So I do acknowledge, hey, look, if you are a creator, you need to acknowledge certain things that may happen because you have a large following. Yes, I agree with that. What I do not agree with is, and this is implied by your argument, the idea that the majority of the responsibility falls on Carson and his inability to stay away from a situation that could harm him. I disagree with that. I think
I wouldn't say that it's. I can't. I don't think I can grant that is my position. That a majority of the responsibility. But I would
that's
say,
how you're presenting it, because
well,
you have
when
not
Carson,
once talked about the girl.
So let me say, when you're presented in a situation where you have more to lose, then you might have to take a position for self-protection that is unfair and might limit your potential opportunities due to the nature that you're highly successful.
And sure, we can
Does
say
that
that.
make sense? Well, it's a clarification that I think is important. It's not about I'm blaming him saying you're responsible for this. I'm saying when you have more to lose, then if you want to prevent that from being a case, then you have to proceed more cautiously than I would expect of someone else who doesn't have as much to lose.
Yes, and so
Absolutely.
I would agree. Yeah, of course. Like if you have more to lose, you need to acknowledge that. But so this is an argument that you would make, is that the way you are phrasing this almost, and you have not said this is why I'm being very careful here, but this is an argument that you would make. The way you are phrasing this makes it seem, and it might mislead people into thinking that, hey, the people mobbing him or the girl who incited this mob isn't at fault or isn't responsible, nor should be held accountable. And the majority, it's like, oh yeah, Carson, what were you thinking? How could you do that? That's what I'm getting from your argument. And what I would say in contra, and this is what I've been trying to say, is like, look, yeah, sure, he does have some fault, and there was some risk, and there's risks to creators with large audiences always. But really, it's the fault majorly lies with the individual, the girl, and the people who supported her blindly. And I think that I cannot believe that's even a thing or acceptable. Like, that's where the fault is. That's where the actual problem is. That's what the lesson of this situation is that people are going crazy. And it's so clear. It doesn't matter that he took a risk or that he knew this could happen. The fact that it can happen or is acceptable or it's not shocking is the problem.
So maybe you're thinking when I'm saying a person has responsibility to do their research and be better informed before they make public statements, I'm not talking about Carson. I'm
No.
talking about the journalists and the people that are reporting on the stories with that information. That's
Sure, but
I'm
what about the
referring to.
girl? What about the girl? Do you think it was right for her to say, "Hey"?
No, I said from the start. I think that in this instance, a lot of everybody involved messed up, and it would have been the. It's
Still, I want to know about the girl specifically, not everybody involved, because that's assigning equal fault. Right? I do not think there's equal fault. I think there is someone who's a victim here, and I think it was CallMeCarson. So that it's like, in my mind, it would be comparing this to an assault. Okay, well, yeah, CallMeCarson probably should not have been in a shady alley where he got beaten up. But is that to say he's not a victim? No, of course he's a fucking victim. He got beaten up. And you're saying, well, they all had equal fault. It's like, no, they didn't.
I'm not. Looking something up.
All right.
Looking up power dynamics.
I don't. Power dynamics.
I know you don't care. I know you don't care, but the word exists and we have to deal with it in our
All right, let's deal with it.
So I'm looking it up. Power affects a relationship between two or more people. Power affects all aspects of social life, from the workplace to the home. Power is not inherently negative. For example, the ability of a parent to influence their toddler's action can help keep them out of harm's way. I want power dynamic definition. Just give me the definition.
There is no definition. Definition will change.
Language is
No,
always
not
evolving
because
for us.
language is always
Definition on
evolving.
everything, yeah.
It will change because it suits a narrative, which is what's happening with a lot of the
I'm not
language.
looking for a stipulative definition. I'm looking for a definition so that we can work from it, because that's where we're running into the problem.
All right.
If you're saying that I don't know if I can say that Carson is the sole victim here. I thought we were both saying that there were mistakes that were also made, and it was ill-advised for someone to do that. Whether or not it should be, right?
Doesn't mean
Whether or
he's not
we
a
live in
victim.
a world. The idea though of it being like I can recognize that in this instance the girl might have been taking a malicious action to try and cause harm and hurt somebody. That seems to be what you're suggesting, or is that not true?
Well, it's the comparison.
Would you say
It's
the
the double
majority of the
standard.
responsibility is on her? Is that what you're suggesting?
The majority of the responsibility is on her for inciting the action and for the people who supported that action either blindly or willingly. That's where the responsibility is. I think this is a terrible thing that's happening to Carson. And I don't know very much about him. I don't really know anything about
He's
him.
not. Oh, man,
And it comes back to the argument, hey, look at
He still
this.
has access to all of his things.
What are you
So when
talking
it's-
about? People think he's a pedophile now.
And we are correcting that narrative.
Are we?
right now?
What, for what,
Yes.
190 people? There's still a ton of people that think he's a pedophile, and they will. The damage has been done. It's not that, oh, he still has utility. He can still clear his name. It's like, hey, look, if you like, let's say back 70 years ago or something, if you came out as gay, it's like, oh, well, look, you're gay. Or let's say you were accused of being gay and you weren't even gay. Then people think you're gay, and then they hold a stigma about you. You might not get a job. You might not get this. Opportunities get removed from you. It's not direct and like a forceful oppression, but the damage has been done. His image is now damaged. He's no longer Call Me Carson. He is Call Me Carson, who might be a pedophile. Or in some cases, he is a pedophile.
And then I keep coming back to what ought to be done then.
Well,
Or is
what
it- is
ought
this
to be
just-
done?
Is this just a blanket? Is this just blanket? That society is wrong and going wrong.
No,
and
we can
it
talk
is-
about
we're lamenting
what
that?
ought to be
Like,
done,
that's
but
where I keep running into.
we got to get to the position first. We got to get to
The position. I think that Call Me Carson is being mischaracterized and I would agree that it is unfair to place that he's the only one who is being affected by this, if that's the case. But I don't think that's.
Well, do you think he's the
what's
victim in
happening.
this situation or not?
I think that he is. I struggle to get to that exact point.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Let's say a girl.
Is she being
Go-
affected? I don't even know her name. I
Yes.
don't- that's one of the problems when you have somebody who has 1 million plus people that's following them, and you have and dating a fan who has no social media relevance. It's one person has all the power, but also all the potential to lose that.
Let's
Right?
okay, look, let's put it this way, okay? So I can make a situation where something is ill-advised. For example, I would say to my sister, "Hey, there's a shady bar downtown. Bad things happen there. You probably should not go there. So please don't." And let's say she says, "You know what? I'm going to go there anyway." And she gets drugged and bad things happen. Was that ill-advised? Yes. Should she have done it? Who knows? Probably not. Not in my eyes, at least. Is she the victim there? 100%. Yes, of course she is. Does she hold some responsibility? Yes. But is she the victim? Yes. So in this situation,
Okay.
with Call Me Carson,
If that's the thing that we're going, then Call Me Carson is a victim in this of if the person was maliciously misrepresenting and attacking his character in an attempt to cause him harm. I
okay,
can grant
fair
that.
enough. Then we're in agreement there. That's the point I wanted to make with that. Now, from that, we can say, look, a lot of these movements that are going on, a lot of the pushed rhetoric, the silencing things, the cancel culture, the shouting things down, the not contending with arguments, the not looking into things, which of course I talked about months ago in a large document. All of that is supported by things like on the basis of compassion. So when you say actionable, I say the actionable thing here, or the prescriptive claim here, is to stop going along with these movements when they go too far. Yeah, sure, people's lives matter. Everybody should have equal rights, but beyond that, It's not that white people are better than black people are better than white people. It's not that there should be group identity as a focus. It's not that there should be diversity quotas and equality of outcome. None of this shit makes sense. It's not that you should believe this group over this group because this group is more oppressed. It's none of that. And this is an example of where those ideas fall short and where the propagation of these ideas has had a terrible and horrible public consequence in the destruction, or at least the damaging, of the life of CallMeCarson. Fuck, can you imagine if you were some awkward individual who doesn't have very much experience with women or the opposite sex or male-female interaction, and then all of a sudden now your first exciting experience or potential exciting experience is, hey, you're a pedophile now. Like, a ton of people are now saying, hey, you're really fucked up, man. That's a terrible thing to do. Like, that's scarring. That's traumatic. The damage that does to him, oh boy. Like, no one even cares about that. No one's speaking on it. No one's saying that these people are reprehensible, horrible, and they should be denounced. Like, none of it. But on the other side of the spectrum, it's happening all the fucking time.
I see people denouncing that, so I'm going to give at least a little bit of pushback. In general, let me clarify my position here.
Okay.
I agree that blindly following any kind of movement without consent. I am an advocate to encouraging a more thoughtful, informed, mindful decision-making process when presented with any kind of breaking news and social actions. I like that. It seems to me like the solution is to continue to encourage those sorts of changes to how people go about forming opinions.
Mm-hmm.
I do not have a reactive solution. I don't know how you make cultural changes in terms of how to react to something like this. Other than to make the statements like we are doing that right now, of saying here's how you come up to conclusions.
Well, one of the ways is you don't cancel people or remove them from the platform, your platform, sorry, not yours specifically, but in this case, Twitter's, for dialogue or information that you do not like. That's not what you do. That does not serve that.
Well, so here's a question. Then I was going to ask this later, but this is something that is, and I'm curious what your thought is about this, right? Because you and I are both Twitch streamers.
Yep.
We have our own channels. We have our own chats.
Yes.
We ban people based on our own individual TOS for things that they say or do in our chats, right?
On our preferences, yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Like, you don't have to defend if someone backseats you and tells you that you should play this game, and you say, "Oh, you're a Souls boy, get out." You can ban them, and there's no
consequence.
you don't have to justify
it's fine.
that, right?
Yeah.
So how is that different than something like a privately owned corporation like Twitter? I want to know how you.
Yes.
Because I struggle with this because I'm running into that, and it's like that's the same. It's you. I'm assuming it has to be different because you feel differently when it comes to the platform as opposed to the creator. But as our own platform of your chat or my chat, we can rip someone apart for whatever we feel like, or it doesn't have to be fair. They're not entitled to your attention.
I can ban
who
who I want.
And yeah, right.
Okay.
What is the difference there?
I need some water. So there's a massive difference there, huge difference.
Okay.
One is scope, and the second one, and this is an argument that you might make, scope, and the second one is that I am a content creator. So my job description or my livelihood is based on making content. It's based on entertaining. That's what I'm supposed to do. I am in the entertainment industry, and so are you. We are both entertainers. How we go about that entertainment is up to us. Now, if you take something as like Twitch, which is a content creation platform, their job is to be a platform, provide the infrastructure, provide the medium for content creators. It's
What
not.
they want.
Yeah.
Because I think I know where you're going here.
It's not to police their content creators. It's not to skew content in one direction or another. That
Is it okay to have porn on Twitch?
according to their TOS, no, it's not.
Right.
Which is
so
reasonable.
not porn, like whatever content you want, but we disagree that porn should be on Twitch.
Yes, not porn, not violent acts, not gory things. YouTube does this as well, but those are very concrete guidelines. So
As opposed to what?
as opposed to saying, hey, you cannot have hate speech. But what constitutes hate speech is subjective, and we will decide based on what we feel is right and not right. That is not okay. And the reason that's not okay is like saying, okay, well, look, you can't say the N word. It's like, okay, fair enough. You can't say the N word. Why? Well, it's this reason, this reason, this reason. Fair enough. Okay, I understand that. And then it's like saying, okay, well, you can say the N word, but only if you're black and from America, not Africa. Only if you have, or maybe you have two relatives here and there, or like, it just becomes a mess. It's not okay and it's not acceptable. And the reason is because then people in power start to use that and abuse that in a not good way. What happens when you do not have a clear TOS or guideline for Twitch as a platform is that creators start to express themselves less. You start to neuter your creators. You start to make them say all the same stuff. They all have the same opinions, and it pushes the ideology that Twitch supports. Let's say they do support one, which they clearly do. That's irresponsible and immoral because you are taking a big group of people that do not support necessarily what you support as a platform, and you are saying, no, you have to support this. Otherwise, we are going to take away your voice on our platform.
Have to support this.
Yeah.
I think that's a compelled statement as opposed to saying you're not allowed to say this. There's a difference between saying you have to say this and you can choose to say nothing, or
yes,
you,
and
you
so
have
it's
to not say this.
getting
right? That is a very
closer
important
and
distinction.
closer and closer to you have to say this. That's the point. Like right now, you can just be silent, say nothing. But
Right.
if you talk about Black Lives Matter, you have to say you're for it. And if you say you're not for it, well, there will be some consequences. If you take what's it called, a position of criticism against one of the things that Black Lives Matter is doing or that Twitch is doing in the name of Black Lives Matter, then you're automatically a racist. And these are social consequences, right?
I'm trying to think.
Now, the direct consequences are things like dead naming. If you dead name someone, you are able to be banned on Twitter permanently, forever. Same thing with GDQ. And it's misgendering someone. Or in GDQ, I think the refusal or the inaccuracy of using pronouns is there will be action against you.
Is there an issue? Is it a matter of if you are there instances of someone unintentionally dead naming someone and being banned?
Yeah.
Or is it a matter of them saying, like, if you're going to use this as a harassment thing, then we're seeing that as being harassing. That is against our TOS.
No, with GDQ, I can reference Risky CB's case. Risky was talking. He was being interviewed because he's a speedrunner who goes to GDQ and performs, and he was being interviewed after, and they asked him, "Hey, who are your inspirations for speedrunning, or how did you come up into speedrunning?" And he looked back and he said, "Hey, the speedrunners I really, really liked and who really inspired me at the time were someone and Cosmo. And Cosmo is now Narcissa."
Mm-hmm.
And so he didn't mean to dead name Narcissa, nor did he mean to misgender or anything like that.
Right.
But they took him aside and said, "Hey, if you ever do anything like this again, you won't be welcome back." And then he was forced to apologize to Narcissa, who of course said, "Hey, it's no big deal. I don't really care." But that was not after the large majority, or not, maybe not large majority, but a large group of people told him he was a horrible person, terrible, and he was transphobic, and all sorts of things like this. Like, there are consequences for these things. So in terms of,
sorry, if you make a mistake like that, do you think it's appropriate to apologize to the person, whether intended or not?
If the person deems it, like if you're like, if you're like, hey,
Not on behalf of, so not on behalf of someone else, but if you made a mistake like that and someone said, "Hey, can you not do that?" The apology. But if
yeah, I'd be
someone's
like,
saying you
hey,
need
sorry,
to
I didn't
apologize
know.
to this,
I'd be
got
like,
it, got
yeah,
it.
I sorry, I didn't know. Like it's very
Yeah.
very easy. But if someone was like, you need to apologize to them on because I feel offended, it's like, no, get fucked.
Yeah,
They
I agree with
didn't.
that.
They didn't. You
No,
know.
that's an apology on behalf of someone else, and
Yeah.
someone claiming the oppression of someone else is unreasonable and ill-advised.
Yes. So then
Okay.
so it comes back to the original question of what is the difference between me banning someone in my chat and Twitter banning someone off their platform? Well, one was that they're not in the entertainment business, they're in the discourse basis. So Twitter is a platform where you are able to connect with others and express yourself as you see fit, as long as it does not breach strict guidelines. However, as the guidelines get more and more ambiguous, it now becomes Twitter is a platform in which you connect with other individuals and express yourself as long as we like it. That's what's going on there. And that's a very big distinction, and it's very not okay. And the reason it's different between myself and Twitter is that for me, if I ban someone, that is, I experience some social consequence. If I ban someone wrongly, my community will say, like, hey, you shouldn't have done that, and I can unban them or not unban them. But I do not have the capacity in scope. So
What if you had
they're
50,000 viewers? What if you had 1,000,000 viewers? Is
50,000
is that
or
not what you mean in terms of scope? So let's say that you rip into somebody. Someone comes in and like, Dark Souls is my favorite game of the whole world, and it's weird that you said you hate Damien Souls even though you're playing it right now, and I like Stardew Valley and blah. And they come out and they say this, and you have 1,000,000 people, and you roast them and you ban them.
Yes,
Is that different? Still?
If the million people are witnessing an interaction between me and another individual, whether it's through my chat or something else, I will express myself for how I am. And so if I ban that individual on the basis of, hey, this is an interaction between me and them, you guys are watching, okay, they're out, I don't want to talk to them anymore, that's fine. But if I say, for example, hey, in my chat, which I don't say this, if you believe something I don't believe, tell me so I can ban you. That's
You
not
could do
okay.
that.
But I do
It's
not.
not okay to do that. But you could do.
You could, but no, that's
You're not held to any kind of expectation because it's your private space, right? Just like it's a privately owned business, right?
yes,
I'm trying to find the
yeah, yeah,
distinction.
yeah, yeah. But the whole reason that is a weak or it becomes a weak argument in a size of scope is because when Twitter does that to someone, you are taking out a large component of their voice. Whereas if I
When
do
I do
that,
that, I'm taking out a large component of someone's voice in my chat.
no,
And
not really.
potentially in yours. I tell you, hey, someo's a poo boy. Don't
No,
you?
not really at all, because the
Okay.
component of you're taking away is they can't talk in your chat. They can talk anywhere else in Twitch. They can talk on Squilla's chat. They can talk in my chat. They can talk in Hobbs' chat. Now, if you ban them and you took away half the channels on Twitch, because of what they said, like they could no longer talk in those chats, that would be a problem. And so that's what Twitter is doing. They're saying, we don't like something. You can't not only express it to us, but you can't express it to everybody else either.
Are there other? So if someone, I'm assuming the matter would be if you get banned off of Twitter and all other social media, because there are other social media platforms.
There
Right?
are other social media platforms, but they all have the similar same ideology. For example, something that happened on Twitter with Gutex, who is the PogChamp guy, caused him to probably get banned on Twitch. It caused him consequences on Twitch.
Is he banned? I know that they got
His
rid of
emote got
PogChamp, and
removed.
I'm
So
okay with that.
I
Yeah,
would have to look
which
further
is-
into this, but that's where it's headed towards. If you're banned here, you're banned there. Not only that, but there is suppression of social media services. I can't remember what it's called. It starts with a P, and someone was telling me about this. There is a suppression of social media services that do not adhere to these protocols. So where we are heading is if we don't agree with you, we're taking away your voice. And we're going to do it more and more and more and more. And we're going to do it under the basis that we're a private corporation and these laws of free speech do not apply to us. However, the effects are going to be similar to that as if
You
we
said, I have
were
to
a
stop you. I have to
governmental
stop you
body.
before you get to that, because what
Yeah.
you said there, the laws of free speech do not apply to you. That is still not the. No,
Okay.
The laws of free speech do not protect you from the consequences of your speech. That has never been the case.
Sure,
So
sure, but
I cannot
free
grant
speech
that.
is protected in public spaces.
You are held if I went into a situation and said you are welcome to say whatever you like, but the consequences of that can be utilized. You're not guaranteed a platform. No one is entitled to
If
give
I
you a
walk into a
megaphone to
park
say your
in New
things.
York and I say all white people suck or something like that, and I get beaten up for that, I'm not the one at fault. Your free speech is still protected.
From the government.
That's what I'm saying.
The government will not take action and imprison you.
The
for
government
saying
will
that.
not, and nor do private corporate bodies or private bodies at all have agency or grounds to take legal action against you. They can't.
But they can remove you from their platform. It is in their
Not
TOS
if it's a
that they can
public
remove
park.
somebody.
Yeah, not if it's a public park. And this is what I'm saying is the public park analogy. So you can go and you can speak at a public park and you can say like, hey, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you go
Right.
on TV and you say something terrible, like, hey,
You don't have to give a specific.
just
you
a
say
terrible
something that's
example. Yeah.
Reprehensible and
Reprehensible, terrible. That TV program can remove you from their programming. You could not be invited back to that news outlet, right? Which happens a lot, and I don't necessarily think it serves the idea of discourse, but it does happen. Now, if you take a social media outlet, which literally everybody uses, everybody is connected to someone. Everybody, like it's no longer just who watches Fox News or who watches this program or who frequents this public park. It's everybody that could have access to you. The majority of the country is on social media, and you say, "Listen, I don't like this person's perspective. I'm going to take it out." Now, the majority of the country will not have access to it. That's where it's a problem. And that's where I think the idea of, or the argument of it's a private corporation, they can do what they want, falls short. Because
you believe that that they should be utilities that are protected under government protection?
this should be protected. Yeah.
under the
Internet
same thing?
and the capacity to speak on the internet should be protected. Yes. As long as it does not break a very strict and concrete law.
What? Oh, you disagree with laws sometimes.
Sure. Yeah. But that's the starting point. So obviously these would need tweaks and stuff like that. But I don't think I think you should be able to say, hey, I hate this group of people or I hate that group of people. And there might be a social consequence, but you are not going to get banned for that. I think you should be able to say like, hey, I think this is a conspiracy or here's some evidence for that and not get banned for that as well.
So you're saying the line for you is going to be currently tied to law. And so you're saying that a social media platform, I want to just clarify, is this what you're saying? I'm not saying this is what you're saying. I'm trying to clarify. Are you saying that a social media platform has to allow someone to say whatever they want unless they specifically unless you you cannot have any ambiguity in a thing? You can't enforce based on the context of something. If someone just doesn't say this specific word, then they can say whatever they would like. Because that sounds incredibly difficult. That sounds like that you are compelling the platform to have to platform.
You
somebody.
want to skew to that direction, not skew in the other direction where we don't like something or we deem it as hateful, regardless of who we are or what position does that. We're going to ban it. I want to skew away from that and towards what you just said. Yes, that you should have concrete guidelines for what you are allowed to say and not allowed to say, and they should be very close to what is legally allowed and not. Like the free speech, the ability to talk and have discourse is and should be protected on the internet, regardless of private corporations.
If you were the owner of Twitter, would you would treat it differently than you would treat your Twitch chat? You would have things where people are coming in and saying things that you would consider to be utterly reprehensible and disgusting, but not technically against your TOS. So you just continue to let them say it.
If I was the owner of Twitter, my priorities and my decision making is different. So corporations are expected to infinitely grow and make continuously an increasing profit.
Yes.
That is one of the things that they're supposed to do. So if
they're
I was the
recognizing that
owner
having
of
people on their
Twitter,
platform is hurting that.
having on the platform is hurting that. So if I was the owner of Twitter, I would probably do exactly what Twitter is doing because it's in the name of profit, not necessarily what's right or wrong. It's in their business model to create outrage. Like if I was the owner, I could never be the owner of Twitter because, well, I do not agree with these things. But what I'm saying is their incentives, what is incentivizing them in the direction they want to head is not good for the rest of the people. Social media platforms are incentivized to keep you on the platform as long as possible. They're not incentivized to improve your life. Social media platforms are incentivized to create outrage and interaction based on that outrage. They're not incentivized to say, hey, think deeply about this and do your own research. They're not incentivized to spread diversity of ideas or opinions. They're not incentivized to do any of the boring stuff that also happens to be the stuff that is necessary in order for society to function, prosper, and not crumble. And so what do we see? We see the propagation of a lot of movements and a lot of ideas that seem nice on the surface and get a lot of clicks and likes, but when you look deeper are rotten. And 2 years down the line, you see, like I asked Frankie about this, do you think the world is more racist now than it was before Black Lives Matter? And it's in my opinion, in my perspective, it is way more racist now. It is way more based on group identity. It is way more racially focused than it was before. Yes, some good stuff might have happened, but God, it came with a lot of bad stuff. And the bad stuff is that fuck, like you're a white male, and how many times do you say to me, I can't say that, but you can? Should that ever be the case? Where it's like, I can't say this idea, but you can say this idea because you have darker skin. Should that ever be the fucking case?
Or not, I mean, I recognize the reality of situations.
Yeah,
Right.
but that I understand you
Prescriptive
recognize that
statement.
that's
You're
the
saying
reality.
I'm
But
Yeah.
should that ever be the case?
wish there wasn't.
You wish there wasn't. So I would say no, it shouldn't be the case. After we've gone through the whole Martin Luther King, I wish for a man to be identified by the quality of his character rather than the color of his skin. All of that and everybody following along with it and knowing that and that being very popular and it's understood why it's popular, how ridiculous and regressive it is to go back to like, okay, you're white, you can't say anything. But you can't say anything because...
So I don't think we can't say anything. I don't think that we can't say anything.
Okay,
'Cause we're
then
having
I'll
this
clarify.
conversation right now. We're
Then
saying
I'll
things.
then I'll
Okay.
clarify.
right.
Oh, you're white. You can't say what the brown man would say. You'll actually have more consequences if you say the exact same thing than if he says that. Why? Because you're white and because you're a privileged class. That's why. So I think that is in complete opposition to the whole Martin Luther King thing and the whole black rights, that entire movement, as well as the whole... There's so many things.
Just a second. Modarius, we're not talking about the N-word. I don't have any desire to say the N-word.
Yeah.
We're talking about expressing something that would be some sort of comment on something like a minority group and the idea that Faraaz has the potential to say something on social media with a little bit more protection if he was to criticize or critique a social movement.
A lot more.
Because as Faraaz is more tan than I am, that would be I have. I'm not out here trying to
melaninely gifted. Yeah.
Yeah, you're more resistant.
I'm
to the
superior.
sun. That's.
See, I can say
this
that.
is the problem
I can
right
say
there.
that,
You
and he
say
can't.
that.
He can't
Yep,
even push
that is
back
true.
against it.
I can
Look
say
at that. And how ridiculous is that idea? I
That's
just
ridiculous.
said something
I'm
that
very
if he
strong.
said
I'm
it,
very
people would
strong, and I can
fucking
sing
come after
high
him.
notes.
Ah, great. Still inferior. It's like, oh, okay.
Well,
What are you gonna say? Like what?
What am I gonna say? When you try to push me, you push yourself away instead.
Yeah, and then if you
roasted.
say anything, then people are going to come after you. How dare he say that to the poor brown boy? How dare he say that, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The idea of group identity is the central kingpin to decision making. It's like it's not a good thing.
I agree. That shouldn't be the. Ooh, I almost said linchpin. That's not the right
Yeah.
word. It's the correct word, but it's not the right word in that instance.
Well, you never know.
Of those sorts of things.
But that's what I'm saying. So how did we get here?
We were talking about something that I noticed when you were talking with Moonage about saying that social media companies should be held to a different standard than you, because I know you and I both individually enact our own unwritten internal TOS when we are moderating our own chats. And if someone comes in and I'm in a bad mood and they say something that would be innocuous in any other chat, I get to remove them and not feel bad about it.
Yes.
But as soon as that person says something on Twitter, if their ambiguous TOS would allow them to remove them, then we have a problem.
Yes.
With that.
Okay.
I wanna
So
know why.
what I was saying there is that, and you asked, well, if you were the leader of Twitter, what would you do? And I said, well, I would push for profit because that's what I'm supposed to do. And the point I was making
Twitter
is
currently acting that way, right?
yes, Twitter's motives aren't necessarily in line with what is good for people or good for society. And that's what people don't understand. It's that social media companies, they have an agenda, and that agenda is profit. And it just so happens that appealing to outrage and appealing to political movements moves their numbers up. It does. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. Right? Same thing with Twitch. It's a PR move. A lot of these decisions are PR decisions. It's like, okay, look, we should do this so that we get more money. And so that's what they are propagating. They're propagating these ideas. Right?
So what you're saying is that we should revolt against capitalism.
Oh, hold on. Dragon's
And the
roar.
rise-
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dragon roar is really loud. Say it. Go ahead.
I said, so what you're saying is we should revolt against capitalism, start calling each other comrades instead of pronouns. I'm on board. I'm excited. Let's live the socialist dream.
Rise up, my brothers and sisters.
No, I'm saying that
Dang.
we should preserve ideas that have been given to us and not throw them away on the basis of compassion that we apparently don't even understand. It's not okay to be racist in the name of anti-racism. Like that's what I'm saying.
I agree.
It's not.
No, I agree
none
with
of these
that.
things are okay. So when it comes to Twitter's capacity to ban someone from their platform, okay, fine. If you have a concrete set of guidelines that are very hard to mischaracterize and are not reliant on the individual doing the banning, then okay, that's okay. But it becomes immoral and not very acceptable when you go beyond that and start saying, hey, look, we don't like this. It's not okay. That's I'm trying to illustrate the concept that makes it different from me doing that in my channel and Twitch doing that to the majority of the US Twitter doing that to the majority of the US population. If I silence a voice in my channel, it's silenced in my channel and that's it. If I silence a voice on Twitter,
Silenced on Twitter.
it's not just that. It's millions and millions of people do not get to hear it at all.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I mean, if you have 20 followers, then it's not like millions of people are no longer able to hear that voice. Just like if there were 20 people in my chat and I deleted someone from the chat, then those 20 people don't get to hear what they say. I don't know if it's as compelling of a comparison.
Well, it is
in
because of
terms
the
where
scope.
the difference is drawn. But here's the question I have when I'm asking you if you were the boss of Twitter. It sounds to me like you're saying the same. Like you're saying, yes, I would do the same thing that they are doing.
Yes, they
right?
are incentivized to do it. And that's why there's a
Right.
flaw in the system in that internet or free speech on the internet is not a utility because it needs to be protected because whoever is the boss of Twitter, unless they're the most benevolent person and they have all the power in the world over their shareholders and stakeholders or whatever, they are not going to get away from that trap.
So is it a critique against Twitter then? Is it saying that people just shouldn't use Twitter?
No, it's saying that the utility should be protected. Free speech should be protected by the government. And in the space where it's not protected by the government, people should realize why it should be protected by the government.
Maybe the
And-
problem we're having here is at what point does it become the responsibility of the private organization to start to be beholden to the government's law as free speech being the protected right?
Well,
Like
that's
because you're saying it's definitely not your Twitch chat or my Twitch chat. It's not any size Twitch chat. But as soon as you become Twitter, then that's it.
sorry,
Like,
I lost that
where's-
last part. So
where does the frog boil at that point? It's like if you can say that your chat, no matter how many people are watching you, you are able to enact your own non-specific, ambiguous TOS in my chat because we're content creators. At like, what is the point of transition where somebody becomes beholden to no longer being the private entity, even if it's a privately owned organization? At what point does that become the utility that is owed to people so that you are compelled to allow someone to say things on your platform that you detest? Because that's what it is. That's what I mean. when you
it
say
comes
something
back
you
to the
disagree with.
difference. It's like that's a very hard thing to try and fit into the. It's a hard answer to fit into that question box because it's fundamentally the difference is. It's like comparing a car to an apple. It's like I'm a content creator. Twitter is a platform, right? So where do I become a platform? It's like I never become a platform unless let's say, even if I have a million people watching me at all times, I'm still not a platform. I'm an individual. I'm a content creator. But Twitter is a platform. So they facilitate the creation of content, the free expression, or the free expression with certain guidelines of the individuals on that platform. It's different. I do not become a platform. A platform does not become content creation. They're two different things.
We have a platform, right? You'd say that we have the capacity to reach people and to platform ideas when we talk about things. Is the difference enough that you could defend that?
We
Right.
have a platform?
Yeah, people say all the time, you use your if you have a platform, if you have the capacity to reach a large quantity of people with your ideas, then that's called having a platform, right?
Sure, you have a platform. Okay, fine.
So I'm trying to think of the distinction.
Between an individual content creator and a platform?
Yeah, at what point does it, because we call that, is it just a semantic distinction?
No, it's the job descriptions are different. It's very different. So what am I incentivized for? I'm incentivized for entertaining. That's what I am incentivized for. What are my, let's say unwritten responsibilities? Well, to entertain to the best of my ability, and also this is why I really like content creation, is because you are able to express yourself however you so choose. That's technically the job description, although it's changing to you are able to entertain people on the basis of this leftist ideology.
There's still a distinction, right? You can't entertain anybody however you choose. You can't entertain people with pornography.
You can't murder people.
Entertain
Yes.
people with snuff films, right? You can't.
Yes,
So
and-
there are those things, and those are listed. But you're saying that those are reasonable, where the idea of somebody, let's say, spreading misinformation or lies is something they should be able to do that, since we don't have something that specifically says not against it. Like if it's somebody is under researched and saying something that you would consider to be ridiculous, that's where I come back to with the
Yeah,
thing.
they can put their opinion out there. Sure. Yeah. Fine.
And so we should let them have. See, that's where I run into the problem. If you're going to say, like, yeah, you should be able to do this, but at the same time you're saying it's reprehensible and we should socially correct the thing, but not ban them. We should socially correct the people that are going and doing this super negative action that is causing irreparable harm to someone's life and reputation, but we can't remove them from the platform because that's the step too far. Is that the distinction?
It's.
Do you understand? Or you're doing Tower Knight. You do Tower
No,
Knight.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm not hurt for brain power right now. I
don't you
understand.
dare lose this run right now.
I
I'll
don't
be
care
so
if
mad
I
at
lose
you.
this run. That's
I
what
care.
makes me go farther, is that I don't care.
Okay.
But the whole idea is that Actually, I'm actually killing. So give me a second.
Yeah. Thank you for the raid, Jim. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Jim.
We're in a pretty hefty conversation
Thank you,
right
thank
now.
you, thank you, Jim.
And don't misread our tone as being mad at each other. We have these kind of talks all the
All
time.
the time.
It's still love, even though I'm white.
Yeah. Inferior.
Yep.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't cancel me.
You said it. You said it. Go ahead.
Don't
That's
cancel
it. You
me.
can't
Don't
get
cancel me.
canceled.
Don't
I'm
cancel
too white.
me.
I'm too white for you to get canceled.
I'm just joking. It was a joke. It was a
was a
joke.
joke.
It was a
Oh,
joke. It was a
no.
joke. Okay. So what you're trying to say is just reiterate that last point.
So what I'm trying to say is earlier we were talking about the idea that it is abhorrent to you that people, and to me, that people can go around and thoughtlessly misrepresent a
Yes.
situation or an individual, spreading misinformation that can harm somebody, that can cause damage to their life. And you're saying that that is utterly irresponsible and there's not enough consequences for it.
Yes.
But that consequence is not removing them from a social media platform because they should be able to still do that. That's where I'm running into the problem.
Yes. Okay. So let's say in the idea of CallMeCarson, I think it is terrible that whoever the girl was advantageous and opportunistic for her own benefit and willingly caused so much damage to Carson for something he does not deserve. I think that is something that is I would say is true, and a bunch of people would agree with me on. This is not okay behavior, and it's not something that's really good. It's not something that should happen, and it's a terrible thing she did to him. So, do I think she should be deplatformed? No, I do not. I do not think she should be deplatformed. Not at all.
What about the people with the position of authority that wrote those articles calling him a pedophile, which is definitionally incorrect?
So
And
this
potentially
is
ruining
this is
his
a different
doing
thing
you said,
because it's
potentially
not
ruining his life.
social media. It's now a news article. It's now a newspaper.
So the news article, should they be removed from their job or not have those articles posted on Twitter? Or let's say that the article got posted to Facebook, should Facebook remove it as it's provably definitionally incorrect, false, and harmful?
So here's where the gray area is, because now we're not talking about social media. We're talking about a news outlet. And so
Talking about social media acting, so I'm talking about removing that article from social media where social media is making the call. That is the thing I am stating.
No, I think
that make sense?
that's the responsibility of the news outlet then. Because if a news outlet is propagating things that are definitionally incorrect, well, one, they lose credibility, and it is in their interest to say, okay, well, look, you're writing wrong things over and over again. We're going to take your job away from you because you clearly can't do it. Your job is to be a journalist, is to be objective and present the truth in a manner which serves the people. We are a news outlet, not a propagandist. That would be grounds for firing. Yes, I do think that would be grounds for firing. If there was more than one or multiple instances where a reporter was mischaracterizing a person on the basis of an ideology, yes, I do think, or not doing a good job or not doing enough research, like that's literally their job. So they can get fired for that. Now, I do not think it would be okay if that same news outlet said, you know what? We don't agree with what you said, but if you advocate for Me Too rights, we'll let it pass. That's what I do not agree with. And I do not think that's acceptable. So now if we go to the scope of a large thing like Twitter, do I think she should get canceled? No, I do not. I do not think she should be deplatformed or removed. One, because she is just she's not a reporter. She's not hired to report on a situation. She is a user of a discourse expression platform. That's
So
it.
What do you think that if your thought in that, again, I'm coming back to do you have a prescriptive idea or what ought to be done in that situation?
And that is that. So the whole idea here, this is going to be hard to explain, so try and follow me through it. And I know you can. I'm saying this more for chat, but the whole idea here is that I do not think that she should be canceled. However, I do think there should be a high social consequence for what she did, which is doing something terrible to someone who did not deserve it. I think anybody that does that deserves a high social consequence of like, hey, you're not a good person. And whatever you say, like, it probably, now I doubt you and everything you say, like, that's deserved. And the reason that that social consequence does not exist is because the opinions in the past that were in line with condemning her have been silenced by cancel culture or dissuaded because of cancel culture. Man, if there's an issue nowadays and you are on the wrong side of the argument, regardless of the points you have, it is scary to talk about them. It is so scary to talk about them. And because it is scary to talk about them, well, they're dissuaded. And because they're dissuaded, one portion of the argument gets overrepresented, and that is the portion of the argument that is in line with the ideology that is being pushed. And the other portion of the argument gets underrepresented. And then all of a sudden, you wait a year, and guess what happens? You only hear the portion of the argument that was overrepresented. Or in situations where it's very clear that the underrepresented argument is correct, you get a massive inflation of the overrepresented argument, and you have people actually thinking and believing that CallMeCarson is a pedophile, which is ridiculous. That's the prescriptive claim: is to stop cancel culture, stop silencing people, and make it acceptable to have dissenting or disagreeing opinions or views. And what you get from that is you get, okay, well, that person's crazy. We probably shouldn't listen to him. Fair enough. But you also get the people who are like, you know what? I think he has something here. I think he's saying something. Let's look into this. Okay, they look into it and they find he does have something or he doesn't. Right? And of course, you're always going to get a portion of the population that's going to be like, hey, Trump said this, I'm going to believe it no matter what. And that's fine. Well, it's not great.
We have an uncomfortable amount of the population that believes that, in my opinion,
but it will be worse if we go this way, where we say, hey, we're only going to allow things which we deem as right or correct. And it's not even we. It's a random, assorted group of individuals that are randomly chosen at every time, or that might be in a position of hidden and anonymous power. That's what I think. And so it is a totalitarian, fascist ideology that you silence what you don't believe in rather than contend with it. And I think even though Donald Trump does not necessarily say great things, and he's a ridiculous individual, he's orange and people compare him to all sorts of things and make fun of him and so on and so forth, he still has the right to speak, especially as the president. Remember, half the country voted him in. So as ridiculous as he is representative of half the country. And I'm not advocating for that. I'm not saying it's a good system or anything like that. But to say it doesn't go with our ideology and we think it's incorrect and therefore we're going to remove him is irresponsible, and it's also dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous. It's in service to profit and business growth rather than society and human values and needs.
I'm looking for the Twitter TOS to see if they're talking about where things would drop. I mean, I feel like you're a little bit more of a free speech absolutist than I am, and you view social media as a utility where I don't. That might be where the difference.
Yeah, but I don't see how you can advocate for the things you do without holding the position I do. You say people should think.
It's weird to me how
behave.
you think that people at Twitter, if you were in the position, you'd treat it the same way. I feel like the fact that your position would change if that was what it is based on what you're saying, the responsibility is strange to me. That disconnect seems
not okay. So if I was in the position of Twitter, I would. Okay, so this is. So I'm speaking more to what I would be incentivized to do. So if I said at the beginning, I would never be the president of Twitter or the owner of Twitter. I would never be that because that doesn't fall in lines with the values I have. Like that's not what it is. But anybody in the position of the president or the leader of Twitter will be incentivized to do what Twitter is doing. That's my point there. No matter what, you're going to be incentivized to find the things that help your business and don't help people. And then you make occasional PR moves which say we're really for you. It's like fucking what Apple does. Man, Apple, everybody uses Apple and everybody's against power dynamics and all of these things. But
I
it's
don't
like,
use Apple. I hate Apple, and I never will use.
well,
any
the
of their
majority of
products.
people use Apple and then they just turn a blind eye to the slave labor, to the what is it, cobalt or something that these children have to pick out of the ground for phones. And what's Apple's response? We aim to one day be completely home country sourced or something like that. They phrase it in a fancy way. We aim to do this one day. And it's like, man, they could do this overnight. Like they're one of the most powerful corporations in the world. They have so much money. And you're saying you can't do this? And you know why they don't do it? Because they can get away with saying, we aim to one day do this. We aim to one day, not right now, we aim to one day do this. And apparently people are okay with that. Oh, that's all right. We're just going to keep using our phones and keep advocating for the slave labor. But then there's a contradiction when they're like, holy shit, this person used a power dynamic to take advantage of this person. I'm outraged, offended, and I'm denouncing this
The
person.
hypocrisy is what bothers you.
The
there.
hypocrisy is what bothers me here. So it's the same thing when I see you say, hey, I think we should have a world or encourage people to think, to digest, to contend, and to act in an honest manner. The idea of cancel culture, which is if you don't like it, you don't have to you don't have to contend with it. You just shut it out. You just pretend it doesn't exist. You just live in non-reality. The idea of cancel culture goes
Well, I mean, there's a lot
right
of-
against that.
Something you said earlier that I'm not entirely sure about. You said a majority of people use social media. I think you and I are exposed to a lot of majority of the people in our lives are, but I do know that there are a lot of people that are not as linked into social media as we would probably assume. I think
Then
that
it's
might
not
be an
social
unfair
media. It's big
representation.
tech. It's Google. Do you see what happened with Google? Holy shit. Like here, like I said this before, and you can do this if you want. I don't know if I've told you about this. And I think you were here for this. But you can go into an incognito browser. You guys can all do this. And go to Google, and then Google Black Family. Image search of Black Family.
I need to figure out how to use the
Incognito.
tab on my.
Just right click Google and say open incognito window or something like that.
Incognito window. Okay.
Okay, you got Black Family.
I'm gonna get on a list somewhere. This is like that time we were talking about all the smash allegations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep.
What do you see?
I see African American families.
There you go. Okay, now Google white family. What do you see?
I see white families, and there's one black family as well.
Okay, in the first row, second row, like give me a more accurate representation.
White dad, white mom, 3 white little blonde babies. Second picture is light-skinned black family. Big white photo, Irish America.
All right, so the second
Some
picture,
lady named Jenly.
the second
Yeah,
picture when you Google white family is a black family or a black individual. Yes?
Tanner family.
Yeah, not a white family, I would say. Now, do the same thing with gay couple. Google gay couple.
On so many lists. Gay couple.
Gay couple.
Yes,
What do you see?
I see people standing next to each other.
That are same sex, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Yes. Now,
For the most
Google
part.
straight couple.
straight couple.
What do you see?
I see a man and a woman holding gay pride flags.
Okay. What else do you see?
I see a very cringy goth-looking couple
Okay.
and a man. Can you tell me what I'm supposed to be looking for? Because this is.
Well, do
Am
you
I just looking
see?
for the first non-assumedly straight couple?
Do you
in the
see how many
search?
gay couples do you see in that search?
I see one, but I do see these people that are getting married that are holding gay pride flags.
So
that are-
okay.
but they're men and women for the most part.
So
These are not both single sex groups, and I mean when I scroll down, then I saw there's two.
okay. Yes. Okay. So what I'm trying to say here. Okay. So this is something that happened. Google
Okay.
implemented a new search engine, and the reason you can say if you search these terms, well, I'll get to this later. But Google implemented a new search engine algorithm that's based on the idea of non-bias. So their argument is that because there is inherent bias to everybody, including
We're trying to push back against that.
they're going to
kind of a
push
thing?
back because there's inherent bias in everybody, and as such, they want to create a non-biased AI that is able to operate on the basis of non-bias. So there's a whole explanation of this, and there's a video of this. I can't remember what it's called. It's called it's not MRC, but it's some algorithm. You can search Google algorithm or something like that. I can do it as well. I can look at it. But they want to create a situation where, like, if you search physicists, then all physicists come up. And it's not just white physicists that were more prominent, but also, like, hey, black physicists that were prominent as well. That's the
Kind of like
the
the
notion.
idea of sort of implementing something akin to affirmative action in search results.
No. They're not over selecting for minority groups here. They're claiming to have an equal selection. So it's an unbiased selection. There's no affirmative action. There's none of that stuff. It's literally them saying, look, we acknowledge our own bias, and as such, we're going to try and create a non-biased algorithms to the best of our ability. That's what they've said. What they have done is they have created an algorithm that is more biased, except it is biased towards the groups that are not in the now. So if you're gay, whatever. All the results will be as you would expect them to be. If you're black, yeah, all the results for black family would be as you expect them to be. However, if you're of the groups that are less interesting, the heterosexual, the straight couples, then you'll get those, but you'll also get a little bit of what you didn't ask for. Right? And
I
yeah, hey, you can look it up right now. I'll
Yeah,
wait.
look,
but
I'll need to look up where the official statement was. I will say that
hold
my
on.
search
One
didn't-
more thing to
Okay.
to add to this. But the way you can test this is you can test this by searching in different languages. So I believe in Turkish, if you search white family or straight couple, the results will be as you expected them to. They will not be tinged or interspersed with a little bit of black family or gay couple. It will just be
so it's in America. That's
in the English language, yes, which is the language that they have.
well, one part of my problem is I'm not seeing as much of an indication on that with the search I just did, but I don't know.
You said the second result was a black family.
But out of a bunch of like, there's times where I'll look something up and I'm like, no, that's not at all what I was looking for, and we'll go and
Yeah, but those could be
countless searches.
complicated terms. This is a very simple term, white family. It's very simple. Okay. Does Google, one of the most prominent search engine in the world, that does have a responsibility, and it's been accoladed for its accuracy, its speed, and other things. Do you expect to get the opposite of what you searched in the second search result? No, I would say that would be unexpected. That doesn't seem reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm.
So people are saying
I think
I
I
don't.
understand what you're saying. I think I'm understanding where you're getting at. It's just that wasn't my. Yeah, there was a there was a very light black family that was included in the white family search. That
Yes.
is something that I saw. The other ones were pretty much what I would expect a Google search to look like within my
Yes.
normal searching
The
habits. And I
groups
did
of
do
people that are considered to be oppressed or more interesting are what you would expect. The other groups are a little bit like off. Right?
Okay. Milk, thank you for the host, man. Sorry, I'm not very chat interactive right now. We're pretty deep into some of these contentious topics.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Milk.
Milk.
Milk. Sure.
Not like Malkire, not like
Yeah.
milk, me mispronouncing.
So this is something that's happened. And so there's a clear difference of before and after. So Google has before you would search white family, and you can do this in Turkish or other languages or whatever, and you'll get generally what you expect. After you search something, and you will get what you expect with a little bit of not what you expect. Right?
So the idea here is that this is the core of what you're saying, and if you need to focus on the
No,
the
I don't need to
blind boy
focus.
fight, you can. Okay. So the idea of what you're saying is that there is a search engine or a browser that is taking it upon themselves to try and implement something on your behalf for society or whatever, where you're reducing the amount of what they're calling the bias by forcing the, is that it?
My
And is that the case? Is that the case with other search engines? Because Google is not the only search engine, right? So is this an instance of like, okay, well, I don't like that they're doing this thing, so I can move to another?
My point I'm making is that it's not just like the original thing that was said was, hey, there's a social media company, and actually people don't me and you think everybody uses social media, but that's not really the reality of the situation. It's
Well,
not
I'm
as
just
big
saying
as
that
you think
it's
it is.
Not that it's big. I think you and I have an increased sample size because our lives are literally tied to our social media.
Yes.
So we have an overrepresentation of the people we interact with that are involved in social media, and we have fewer interactions with what people would call normies, or someone who maybe has a Facebook account but isn't on it all the time.
Okay.
Like Jess is very rarely ever on social media. She doesn't have a
Yes,
Twitter. She doesn't have an
I
Instagram. She
agree.
doesn't see any of these things. Right.
The point I made by bringing up Google is everybody uses Google. It's not just social media, it's Google too. And what Google is doing in this action, no matter how small it is implementing or pushing a leftist ideology of, whatever's happening here onto the populations. Like they're a search engine. They're not. It's immoral for them to push their views on their users. What do you do with Google? You search. So when you search white family, you should get the most accurate results. Like that's what they're supposed to do. You're not supposed to get something that is not indicative of what you searched. And it's not that they don't have that. It's the excuse is, oh well, it's actually indexed in a certain way, or it's because there's talk about white philosophies or anything like that amongst the black people. It's not about that, because look, if you do it in other languages that have not, where this has not been implemented yet, you get the results you would expect.
Right. If you type blue into Google, there's a red square half pages down with the thing that says if you upload this, it'll show, because the algorithm is also affected by other factors as opposed to that, right?
Sure, but it's that's not the argument that's being made here. That can be something that happens, but in this case, it's not. And the whole reason I keep bringing up this other languages thing is because you search it in other languages, you get the results you expect. After Google implemented their algorithm, which means they implemented it in English, or whatever it is. I can't remember what it is. I wish I had the name of what it actually is. That's when the changes come, and the changes are misrepresentative of what they're supposed to be. So it's not that they don't have the capacity that when you search this term, you get this term because they clearly have that capacity. It's not a capacity problem or a capability problem. What it is it's a implementation of bias on their part into their search engine, which is irresponsible and immoral.
Okay. I believe that I understand your position.
Yeah. So, back to the whole social media thing. Hey, look, if you just say, well, it's not actually everybody, and you're overestimating how many people use Twitter, and taking away someone's voices on Twitter doesn't actually take away their voice overall, I'd say, well, for one, if you want to make that argument, it's not just Twitter pushing this, it's big tech. So it's Patreon, it's Google, it's Apple, it's all sorts of things. Like Apple is now calling for the denunciation of what is it called? What is social? Oh, he almost killed me. What is pair something?
Parlay or Periscope?
Not Periscope. It's something. Parlor. There we go.
Parlay. It's supposed to
Parlor.
be like the French. I know it's called parlor, but it's supposed to be parlay. Right?
And I think Apple is saying no to Signal, which is completely encrypted. You can't take any information from it. Messaging services. Like there's all sorts of things that are like, hey, they're unnecessary. Like, oh, we'll just go use the other platform. It's like, well, the other platform is also pushing their ideology. It's like, oh, well, just go create your own platform. It's like, well, they did create their own platform, and they were denounced from the Apple Store and the Android Store, and they're not allowed on this browser or that browser because of this reason or that reason. So it's not Parler, sorry, Signal. Signal is the encryption app. I'm getting these mixed up. I didn't have time to do research into these things, but these are more things that have come up recently.
Cross-platform encrypted messaging service developed by Signal Foundation and Signal Messenger. Uses the internet to send the one-to-one and group messages. Can include files, voice notes, images, and videos. I look for anything that says that it's been shut down.
It's not on Apple Store.
It's in the Android store. No, I wouldn't know because I don't like using Apple. Why does everybody use Apple anyway? Stop. Just don't. Android's better anyway.
Yeah, technically, but Apple has iMessage, and Apple also has AirDrop. I use Android, but that's one of the things that Apple has that Android doesn't. And if you were a cancel culture boy, you would say, no, I'm going to delete what you just said because that's not allowed. And then no one would know that Apple had AirDrop or iMessage, and then...
I don't even know what those are.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming it's messaging.
They're things
right?
that people like, basically.
Okay. I feel like my life is significantly different not having access to those, but maybe that's me being pedantic.
And that's...
Maybe...
Well, now imagine you said that, and then you said, well, I can't imagine why my life would be any different. And because of that, I can't really imagine why your life would be different. So you don't need it. You don't need to hear about it. And I don't think it's valuable. So I'm going to make it so that you have a harder time hearing it. In fact, do you think that would be right?
I'm reading your chat. Signal is still available on Apple. Parlay got kicked on both. Kicked by both. The only thing I know about Parlay, or the only thing I'd read about Parlay or Parler, which is dumb either way, was that a bunch of people left Facebook saying, I'm going over here after Joe Biden won the election. Parler shut down. Apple has threatened to ban. Did you eat today?
No.
Uh,
I can't eat. I
protein bar in
get
your
terrible, terrible pain right now.
no matter what?
Yeah, it started happening again.
Gosh dang it.
I can drink Soylent, but I'm almost out of Soylent.
Do you have a Soylent in the house? After this
I have
fight,
one
you should go get
Soylent.
it.
No, I'll do it after the stream.
I
Use it.
I got up 7 times last night. Just had a hard time sleeping.
That's not good.
I still be 8, I think. Regarding objectionable content, your Parler service accusations of the Parler was used to plan, coordinate, and facilitate the illegal activities in Washington, D.C. on January 6th.
Thanks.
led to, among other things, the loss of life, numerous injuries, and destruction of property. Bell wrote to Barley, this app also appears to continue to be used to plan and facilitate yet further illegal and dangerous activities. Apple said that to ensure there is no interruption of the availability of your app on the App Store, Parler was required to submit an update and a requested moderation improvement plan within 24 hours of the date of the message, which was sent on Friday morning. Apple said if it did not receive an update from the company within that time frame, the app would be removed from the App Store. So they said, hey, you need to handle this or we're going to remove you from
Yes,
the App
but
Store.
what was the update exactly?
Moderation to not incite violent actions.
And they cannot do that.
The,
Or sorry, not that they cannot do that. I was thinking about Signal. Signal they
No, I'm
can't because it's
talking-
all encrypted. But it's
well,
like
I'm talking about this one that I'm reading right here. It says that Apple said, hey, we are recognizing that this thing you did participated in this action that we as a company are against, and we are going to remove that unless you make these changes in 24 hours. Do you, that is something that you would say is illegal, or is immoral, and you would advocate against that?
in this case, yes, I would say I would advocate against that. They have a platform in which people can speak or whatever. It's a social media platform. And their Apple is saying unless you moderate this and speak on the basis you moderate on the basis that we would like you to moderate on, then it's off our store. I think that's not okay. Yeah. Because the
If you were
app
a
itself
store
isn't
owner-
violent.
If
It's
you were
not
a
a violent
store
app.
owner
Yeah.
and you had a product, and that product you saw was being utilized in a because you had said
Give me an
earlier,
example.
if
So-
you were the owner of Twitter, you're represent like your. I guess you would see this as being a PR move by Apple, right, to protect their shareholders.
This one I
because
don't know
they're-
as much about. I just heard about it today, so I haven't looked into it. So I don't
Well, if
have
we're gonna-
as much
if we're
of a
gonna apply
formed
the
opinion.
same logic of saying your responsibility as the owner of a company like Apple, much like Amazon, known for their immense charitability and giving away money and not ever using PR for financial reasons. Who would ever do that? But would be making a public statement and distancing themselves from something that seems like it is going to cause them financial problems. That seems like it's
no,
in line with a
that's-
business to do that.
That's
But you're
that's way too much credit to Apple, because what I see them doing is, like, let's say I owned a shop and I had hammers for sale, right? Hammers for sale, and I'm selling hammers, and someone comes by and says, "Hey, you shouldn't sell hammers because one time or 10 times or whatever, there were people that died because they were killed by hammers. So this is a dangerous thing. You should stop selling it. And in fact, if you do not stop selling it, we're going to take your store out of the town." Let's say they did that. Then I'd be like, no, hammers can be used for a bunch of other things, and that's really a lot of things that can do a lot. You can build houses with hammers. You can do so many things. Just because some individuals used it for a negative thing does not mean that the hammer itself is negative, nor does it mean that any tool that is like a hammer is a bad thing. Okay?
I would
so the
say-
utility
yeah, I
you
would
don't
say that might be a false equivalency.
I don't think so, because what is the false equivalency here? So what is Parler exactly? Let's go into it. What is Parler exactly?
It is Facebook, but unmoderated by. That's my understanding. Of it.
Facebook, but unmoderated.
It's
okay.
Facebook, but they don't have the company taking any responsibility for fact checking anything that's put, and you can basically say what you want. That was my understanding. That a lot of people were saying it's like libertarian Facebook, where we're just gonna put it here and we're gonna walk away and not gonna do anything.
Okay. So why is that a bad thing? Why is it a
I'm
bad
not saying
thing
it's
to
a bad thing.
have?
I'm saying that when they're recognizing that a large number of the users from there were using it to plan something and platform.
Yeah, so then you go
Like,
after
what
the
if
users.
what if somebody was coming into a store that you had that was a space, and there was somebody coming in, and I don't want to overstep, But I would be curious if it was like, hey, we've noticed that you run the community center and you rent out your space to people, and that's your business model, and that's fine, and you don't ever discriminate who you rent that community center out to. But it seems like a lot of Nazis keep coming and having their meetings at your community center, and we're gonna stop funding you if you keep allowing the Nazis to come and run rallies in your community center.
Yes.
You have 24 hours, or else we're gonna pull the funding and cut off your utilities for the building. I
But-
feel like that sounds more in line than the hammer analogy.
No, no,
because
no,
it's-
no,
We're
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
a meeting place for abhorrent individuals.
Because then you're misunderstanding the scope and also the appeal as well. So the appeal of encrypted communication is that, hey, it's private. Can you
Is that
use
Signal or is that Parler?
Signal? So
think-
this is I'm talking about Signal now, but I
Well,
will get back to Parler because you got
I
to
didn't
let me
see
get
what
my
the- well,
point out.
But I don't know what the Signal argument is. So if you're arguing against that, I don't know.
Yes, we're
what
not-
the claim even was.
Okay, so the appeal for encrypted communication, I'm not arguing on the basis of Signal, I'm just arguing on the basis of encrypted communication, is it is private, completely private. And yes, you can do bad things with that privacy. You can say, hey, I'm plotting a terrible murder. And because it's encrypted, I can do that a lot easier than if it wasn't encrypted. So you could make the argument that encrypted communication makes it easier for people to commit crimes.
But I'm not seeing anything about Signal being shut down.
Yes, but we're not talking about Signal in this case. I'm just speaking on encrypted communication, and I'm trying to relate that to what we're talking about. So, the idea behind encrypted communication, or you could make the case because of encrypted communication, it makes it easier for criminals to commit crimes. This is true, right? But what else does encrypted communication do? It makes it so that you can have conversations that aren't spied on. It makes it so that you can say things in privacy that you wouldn't say in public. Are they terrible or criminal? Maybe, but not necessarily. So it's a good thing. Yes, there are bad things that it can be used for, but it is something that is missing currently. So you have the option for encrypted or non-encrypted communication. You have the option to send a text or use Signal. Okay, great. Same thing here. Look, you have the option to use Facebook, which is monitored, moderated, and so on and so forth, right? Or you have the option to use Parler, which is non-moderated, and you can interact with people on the basis of whatever. Doesn't matter. Yes, you can plan and plot terrible crimes there. You can do that. But does that mean that all of Parler should be shut down, or that they, and this is the problem of scope, that they should moderate every single potential problem on their platform? No,
They're
I
not
do.
being shut down though. There's another company saying,
They're
hey,
saying,
we
yes,
don't,
you can't
what
be
your
on
business plan. Yeah, they're saying
the
if you
Apple Store.
because of the nature that you guys are not moderating this, we are not going to associate with this.
Yes, but why is that really? Is that, and this is where it comes up to interpretation. This is the
It
difficult thing.
comes to,
But
I'm
hold on.
assuming because of capitalism that it is based off of a bottom line where they're saying financially it is a better move for us to remove this from the store and to take this stance. And you might be able to say, well, that is a hollow gesture and it's a virtue signal from a company, maybe, but at the
Well,
same
no,
time,
let's go further than that. What is that money based off? The money is based off their ideology. It's a leftist ideology. It is the idea of censorship, and that if you do not agree with something, you can silence it. That would be in line with the bottom line, the money. Yes?
you keep saying a leftist ideology of censorship, and I don't know if I would grant that as being like a politically unique thing for any political leaning.
I don't understand what that means.
I mean that if you're saying it's a leftist ideology, I don't think that leftism is inherently censor happy and rightism is not. I think
At both extremes, no, it's extreme leftism or extreme leftism. There's censorship on both sides. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm saying
I know, but
right
you
now.
keep referring to it as leftism, and I'm saying that we should probably not say that it's a politically leaning thing.
Okay,
it's
fair enough.
Censorship is not a.
It is a totalitarian ideology.
I can grant that.
Okay, a totalitarian ideology. That if you like, We'll just censor what we don't like. We'll generate outrage and stuff. That's where their profit margins are coming from. And so if we take that into account, them removing Parler on the basis of finances, which you said, serves, yes, their finances as well, but also what their finances depend on, which is the totalitarian ideology of censorship. So I do not think it's like, hey, we can't condone this because this isn't right, which is what it's being presented as. It's more so, hey, we can't condone this because it goes against what all of big tech is doing right now, and we have an agenda. So we're going to shut down anyone who else that doesn't go along with this.
I'm trying to. I can recognize the discomfort with an idea of a large corporation affecting a narrative based off of them choosing what they platform or not. I can recognize a concern about that.
Okay, good.
At the same time, I don't know if I could agree or grant that an organization loses their ability to serve as a primary, like as a business, just because the kind of business they have is a social media platform.
You'll have to reiterate this. What does that mean?
The idea that a company is making a decision, I would assume most companies make decisions in favor of their profit bottom line, right? Most decisions we could assume, unless are going to be made as a calculated choice of this is going to be the best thing for my business, and that's why I'm making X choice. That it
Sure. Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah, sure. I can say that. Yeah.
So in the instance of any other company, you would recognize that as being a company just acting in their best interest. But when it comes to social media specifically, or a platform of social media, you're saying that should not be the case. Then they should push away from the idea of basically moderating what they allow because of the nature of the company itself.
What I'm saying is it should not be morally acceptable to do that. It is in the name of profit. That is correct. But the consequences of that decision are greater than what that profit is worth. What I'm saying here is that, yes, I understand why social media companies are making these decisions, or big tech companies are making these decisions. I completely understand it. And currently it is well within their right to do so. And it is.
You think it shouldn't? You think that it
Well,
shouldn't?
no. It's different. It's perceived as okay, because it's like people convolute the ideas that they're doing this for the betterment of the people around them, and they're not. They're just doing it for profit. They're just doing it for money. They're doing it to further their business, more or less. And there might be some compassion sprinkled in there somewhere, but the majority of things they're doing are to serve their ideology. And the problem with that, and of course the ideology gives them more money, but the problem with that is that ideology, although it is presented in a nice, fun way, will lead to the destruction of everybody involved. It's not, huh?
So maybe it's that the company is serving the ideology based off of their profit margin because they see leaning towards that to be more profitable for them.
Yeah, that's why they're doing it. Yes, but the consequence is terrible. So
Okay,
in terms of a
that
small,
makes more sense. You saying that the consequence of that is more concerning, but you understand that it is within.
I completely understand why they would. That's why with the Twitter agreement, I understand why they're incentivized to make the decisions they do, and they make those decisions. I'm saying it is wrong, and it needs to be protected. Because yes, of course, any company that is in big tech's position will likely do what big tech will. And of course, they're going to try and suppress things that do not or sorry, are not in line with the narrative they're trying to push. Yes, and I understand why. Yes, it's a financial reason. Yes. However, the thing that comes along with those financial reasons are, guess what? Censorship, the decay of freedom of speech, the non-contending with ideas, the dumbing down of the population, the encouragement for people to follow a narrative rather than have their own own thoughts.
Would you, if I was to present you with, I think that maybe the dumbing down of a nation is for provable falsities and lies to be propagated because of social media is not removing people that are actively lying and presenting misinformation, would you say that that's not also having a similar effect?
No, I would not.
Allowing someone to post misinformation without removing them from the platform or without moderating that content.
Yeah, so allowing someone to post misinformation without what's it called? Without moderating that content? Fact checking, whatever.
Content.
Yes, in the short term, that will lead to a negative effect because you'll have a lot of people who believe that misinformation. But over the years, they will see, okay, well, that was wrong.
You think so? Because I think that's the argument here. I think that would be
Of course.
the difference.
I can say it with
more important for people because it sounds like it's that you're trusting people's agency to actually educate themselves more, but at the same time, you're saying people aren't going to do that.
You have to say that part again.
In this instance,
Yes?
it seems to me that we are saying that you shouldn't remove the misinformation, but like based off of because people should be able to, free speech protects even falsity and lies.
Yeah.
But because you're saying that people will eventually come to a better understanding, and that's why it's a better trajectory for society to go than for them to shut down that free flow of information, even if it's misinformation
So
and provably false.
try and present it the way I was presenting it before. Is you have two situations. You shut down misinformation or you don't. Situation one, you shut down misinformation. Okay? Well, what happens is, let's say that you are actually completely accurate in shutting down all the misinformation. So let's say you actually get rid of the information that is not correct and you keep the information which is correct, which is impossible to do. But let's say you're pretty good at it. And let's say that you happen to have people doing this that do not have an agenda or an ideology that they are biased by. So let's say that you actually end up doing that. Well, then what happens is that people are not exposed to misinformation on social media platforms. Fair enough. What else happens is they learn or they do not learn how to distinguish between false information and, they do not develop the capacity to distinguish between false information and or misinformation and true information, right? That skill is not established. As such,
it's going to come off as a gotcha, so I'll wait.
As such, when what's it called? When the power
choose to
changes
allow
or
misinformation to
something goes
continue.
wrong, when misinformation comes back in, then it's like the same thing all over again. It's like, oh, well, fucking, okay, I'll believe it because everything that's presented here is supposed to be true. Like, you don't have the capacity to be like, oh, let me look into this and see if it actually is. And the cycle just repeats again. And that's assuming that all of these things go perfectly, which they will not. People do have agendas. People do have biases. People do present misinformation as information. And a lot of rhetoric that goes nowadays, it is misinformation, but it's just on the right side of the spectrum. So what is considered misinformation by people is not necessarily misinformation. It's just labeled as that. And what is not considered as misinformation by people might be misinformation. That's a glaring problem with that idea. The removal of misinformation requires the person removing, or the body of in power removing the information, to actually be able to discern what is misinformation and what isn't. And that is based on too many different things. They can't do it. So that's a problem there. Now let's go through the second scenario and say, like, look, there's a social media station or fucking site, and they are saying, okay, we're not going to moderate anything. Whatever is here is whatever is here. Yes, of course. Then you are going to get misinformation. And yes, of course, people are going to feed into that misinformation, both because they are naive and also because they want to feed into that misinformation and it makes them feel good. Right? What's going to happen further to that is in a couple years, things will evolve, things will change. People will be better at spotting misinformation. People will be better at saying, hey, this is bullshit. I shouldn't listen to this. And then you'll have an environment, ideally, of course, this will never happen, ideally, where things start to minimize on the side of people believing misinformation. And more people will actively, and it will be propagated, hey, make sure you check your sources before you just believe it. Like more ideas like that will be propagated where it's like, okay, don't believe everything you see, maybe investigate a little bit further and figure things out. And then regardless of what's presented, misinformation or not, it will be scrutinized. And I think that's a lot better than the first situation, even in a perfect world where everything fits to optimize it. And that's how generally things worked. In fact, that's how things were before. That's how true journalists were commended a long time ago. Where, hey, you do good journalism because you present the facts as they are. That's what people wanted, and that's what people like as well. If I talk to you and I tell you what you want to hear, you might like it a little bit, but if I tell you exactly what's going on, you're gonna like me more generally. If you're aiming up. And that's what I found as well, is that people generally like it when I'm honest with them, even if it's not what I want to hear. And I think that's why you and me are friends, and I think that's why me and Rebs are friends, is because I will tell you exactly what I think, not what I think you want to hear.
Well, I don't know if I hoped we'd be able to solve social media today, but I don't think we will.
Okay.
Crazy or not. I just don't think it's possible, is the thing. It's just kind of sad, I guess.
What do you mean?
We're going to, I mean, when it comes to, this is like super complicated in terms of what one ought to do, right? And both those, I don't want to say like, so you're, because I think it would be an unfair characterization for me to say we should actively be exposing people to misinformation to train them up, because I think
No, I'm
that
not saying
more
that.
often than I know, and that's why I said I'm not going to do the gotcha and try to characterize that, because a problem with something that would be that extreme would be that, well, people don't tend to learn that it's misinformation. They tend to double down on their biases and create echo chambers for themselves and lean into that.
Yes, but how?
So the skill of discerning information doesn't seem like it's actually really developed in these instances.
Yeah,
And
but
I don't-
over what periods of time and over what models? And like this is what I'm
don't-
saying
and that's why it's so complicated. And I don't think we're going to have a conclusion because we don't know. We're both making guesses and estimates of what we foresee as being catastrophic in one direction or the other.
Let's put it this way. What would you rather deal with? Would you rather deal with the reality of the situation, or would you rather deal with the facts as you would enjoy them?
If somebody, well, that's not the same question. My preferred thing is for people that are provably providing misinformation to be removed from a and that's not a super popular take. I'm on board with in instances where I can prove that somebody is giving harmful, misleading information
how do you
remove their platform.
How do you prove it?
By fact checking it. By
fact
checking
checking
and
it?
seeing if things are.
And what if the things are not factual? What if it's something like transphobia? And I'm not saying that's not factual, but what I am saying is that has been mischaracterized in a lot of instances, wherein you can take someone and say, "Hey, you won't sleep with a girl with a dick? You're transphobic." I mean, that's
I'm staying.
like,
I'm
how do
staying
you?
away from the train. I'm staying away from the trans issue because we don't have.
Okay,
that
then
solved yet.
let's go with.
We're talking about things like Donald Trump suggesting
No, no,
that people
no,
take
because you can't just pick and choose your
hydrochloric,
situations. It has to apply to all situations.
Yes, no, because some things you can fact check and other things you can't. And if you
Yes.
can't fact check something, then
Oh.
it's like, okay, I can't defend that, but I can defend if somebody is putting out information that's going to cause people to hurt themselves.
No,
I can
of
absolutely
course
find
you
that.
can.
There is a
'cause-
difference in those.
No, because it's still like, okay, let's look at the Donald Trump claim. Let's look at the Donald Trump claim. Exactly what did he say? And I'm going to be very objective here because I haven't really looked at it. But exactly what did he say that incited violence?
We're going to march down this hill and we are going. I'm going to find the video so I don't misquote it.
Okay.
We're gonna march down the hill. My hands are so big, a very big pee-pee, and the Democrats, not the strong Republicans, but the weak ones, are gonna.
So I'll say right now that there are people in my chat that are vehemently against the things I'm saying, and that's fine. You can be against the things that I'm saying.
Yeah, Faraaz and I are gonna be friends at the end of this, by the way. So
yeah,
you guys
we're
chill your
we're
beans
fine.
out, okay? This is a place for us to have a real conversation.
We're okay, but I also want to say is that in being against me, I'm allowing you to speak. Like, this is my platform and I am allowing you to speak. And I do want to know if you think I should censor you on the basis that I don't like you, or I should continue to allow you to speak. Like, which one is it? I don't necessarily agree with what you're saying, but I am allowing you to speak. I'm allowing you to take up a space in my chat, and I could contend with you all day because a lot of the things you're saying are just completely wrong, but I am allowing you to speak. So, should, in my opinion, in your opinion, should I ban you on the spot because I don't agree with you, or should I not? Which one is it? Find it yet?
I'm looking. I just want to make sure that I'm specific with the quote because the specificity is important. That's not it. I hope Mike Pence comes through for us because I'm pretty sure Donald Trump thought that Mike Pence could just say, "Just kidding. The votes actually, I won. Haha. Forget the Supreme Court decision."
All right. Just get to the stuff.
Wait just a second.
So I'll speak on that and say, look.
Hold up.
No. Before you go, I'll speak on the thing I said about the chat. Is that the right decision is to continue to let them speak, even though I don't necessarily like their opinions, nor what they're saying, nor the way they're presenting them, or anything like that, and allow the rest of the chat to say, okay, look, I agree with it or disagree with it. That's it. And that's what I've been doing. Where it's completely well within my right to say, hey, fuck off. Are they being offensive? Yeah, a lot of things you could read and say, well, that's quite offensive the way you said that. The assumptions that are made in these statements, or the way I've been characterized in these statements, are harmful and hurtful. I could easily say those things.
Jesus, it was an hour-long speech.
So that's the whole idea right there. It's like, hey, maybe you should say, maybe you should.
Here we go. Wait.
Yeah. Okay.
We're going to walk down Pennsylvania. We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to the Capitol. Oh, wait. I have a thing.
Yeah.
Let me see. Tell me if this audio is too broken up.
Oh, I got punched. Hey,
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna continue with this one.
Okay. Can you tell me if you can hear this? Can you hear that?
I can hear it.
We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol. And we're going to try and give The Democrats are hopeless. They're never voting for anything. Not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for...
People are saying that's an incitement to violence?
So, well, it wouldn't have been if people went down and stood there.
No. It wouldn't have
people
been.
broke into
It
the
either
Capitol
is
building.
or it isn't. So regardless of what people did, that's not an incitement to violence. He didn't say anything that was an incitement to violence. He said, hey, we're going to go down there and we're going to, quote unquote, give people encouragement. That's
So that
it.
is, let me contextualize. That was 30 seconds of an hour
Okay,
and a
okay.
half
So then
speech.
get the other stuff.
But for weeks, he's been priming and telling people, hey, this election was stolen from us. The wrong guy won.
He is valid.
We're
That
doing
is
these
that is
things.
not
We
an
need to
incitement
go back
of violence.
and get this back. Okay.
Like that
I could
isn't
I could
an
absolutely
incitement
read
of
that
violence.
as we're gonna go to the place where they're counting these votes right now.
If you could read that in that fashion, I don't understand how you could. How? There's no incitement of
I
violence.
read that
there.
as with the context of the things he's been saying for the last few weeks, and then the fact that there was an armed attack on the Capitol building.
Yeah, there was an armed attack on the cap. That isn't
Do you
necessarily.
would you need him to say we're gonna go and raid the Capitol building? Is that
Oh,
what
yeah,
that
that's
would
an
be-
incitement of
that's the
violence.
distinction. Yeah, I don't. I think that. Oh man. I think you can infer enough. I think that
No,
I think that a
that's
reasonable
not
person
acceptable.
could infer that is that given what that is.
Listen,
that
that's
would
why the
be-
legal system is the way it is. It's supposed to minimize what you're able to infer. It minimizes what you're able to infer because it recognizes that, hey, people have bias. And if you're a judge, you could be this judge, that judge, this judge. They should all come pretty much to the same decision based on the same facts. And that is, it is illegal or not. They should not come to different decisions
a lot of
based on
people
their
are coming-
ideologies.
Well, a lot of people are coming to the decision that that wasn't incitement of violence. I would
Yeah,
say
and a lot of
majority
people are against
A majority of people. I'm saying a majority of people are saying that's an incitement of violence, right?
I don't know about that because it's like, well, how many people voted Trump? How many people are being vocal? How many people are on social media? How many people are
Sure.
parroting the words of others? And how many people are actually saying what they believe in?
Chat. We can't poll it, chat, and say what you guys think because this is already going to be the sample size. I think that might be one of the differences. Then you're not seeing that as being.
I don't know how
called
that
a
could
incite
be
violence.
seen as an incitement
You don't
of
know.
violence.
No, you don't think it is, but you don't know how that could ever potentially be seen with any other given context to be an incitement to violence. You
Sure,
don't-
with
you
other
don't
context,
see
but
that?
then show me the context. That's the problem.
There is context that I could pull
Then
up and.
chat can show it to me. You guys are very, very. Send the links. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying show it to me and then we can discuss it. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
We do not have the 2 weeks right now to be able to do that, but maybe we'll put a pin in that and come back.
Yeah, sure.
because-
Or chat can send it, but let's say it like
No, I
as
can check
as
it.
it
Literally,
is.
there's been literally 2 weeks of this thing of happening that people have been predicting something happening and him ending a speech saying we're going to march on the Capitol building down Pennsylvania Avenue
Mm-hmm.
with the 2 weeks of lead up to saying this election was stolen. Real patriots will defend these things. That is.
That's still not an
I-
incitement of
well,
violence.
No, I'd have to give you literally 2 weeks of stuff. It'll take a while for us to get through it, and I know for a fact we don't have that right now. So we don't have the time right now. I don't have the time right now. I have 15 hours of stuff I have to do after we're done talking, so I can't commit to
Fair enough.
laying it out.
Okay.
But I'll give you that 30 seconds, and I will try to find some stuff this week. But I can't commit to every bit of context to provide to you
Sure.
right now.
And I'm
That's
not
an
I'm not
unreasonable thing for
necessarily
me.
asking you either. I was saying more
Okay.
so on chat spaces, not you.
Right. So I'm not. You can. I understand and respect that that is not enough of a line for you at this moment. With the context that I have seen, I feel adequately led to do that. I will aspire this week to try and provide you with more context to give you a more fair representation, and then you can come to that conclusion there.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't. Yeah, I can't. It's we've been talking for 3 hours, and I can't commit to
To
you know,
more?
a 9 hour
Do you-
a 9 hour. I can talk for a while longer, but the amount of stuff I would have to go through
Yeah.
to find. You saw how long it took me to get 30 seconds right there.
Sure,
And if
yeah.
we're talking like 3 or 4 weeks of public statements that I'd have to
Yeah.
go through. I would say that it would be more of an inference, but
That's
than
what
a-
I'm
than a
saying.
direct.
Is from what
But
Kerchak
in
says.
those-
In the speeches we've heard, Trump did not directly incite violence. However, he did not at all restrict the actions of the mob he commanded. Fair enough. So you can say, look, he's doing some shady shit. Or you can say, he knows what he's doing. But you cannot ban him. That is not an incitement of violence. I don't think legally there's a legal case that says, yeah, he did it. You caused this damage. This is on you. I don't think that is it could be made, but I don't think that's an easy case to make.
The adding someone sent me one of his tweets that I remember seeing. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed, which is not what was that. Like,
And that's
I'm
also
gonna
not
have
an incitement of violence.
I've got some homework to do. I'm gonna have to go through just about everything
And
he's
it's
said
not even
since
that.
November
But-
to give you stuff so you can have at least all the information where you can come to, if you want to come to the same conclusion, you can.
Yeah, sure. But
It's not even about changing. I just want to expose you to all that. I can't say that he explicitly said go and raid the Capitol building. There's no one who can prove that. But if you're saying that any reasonable person could infer, given the context, I think that is a strong enough argument.
Well,
to
here's
make.
what's happening. People are seeing things they don't like, and from there they're saying, "Oh, this means that." When it's like, no, that's not the
Sure.
case.
And
That's not how
a
it
weakness,
works.
That's a weakness of that we have when it's the potential misinformation on social media.
Yeah.
So where people can favor their own biases and dig into their echo chambers. The idea though of saying that implications I think that implications are deserving of consideration, even if it's not an explicit
Yes, but
statement
you cannot.
when we're referring to certain things. But if you're saying that is not you need the explicit stated violent action to be.
Yes, because it's up to interpretation. That's what it is. It is up to interpretation. He did not go far enough where it was not up to interpretation. Because it is up for interpretation, that means that someone behind Twitter or a group of people behind Twitter had to make the decision or decided to make the decision, okay, this crosses a line for us on this committee at this present moment with our present feelings and our present ideologies and our present motives. And tomorrow, it might not. Day after, for a different person, it might not. So while it is popular or accepted, or people want Trump to be banned right now, because a lot of people do, that doesn't mean it's acceptable. Like, I'm not advocating for Trump. I'm not saying he's doing anything good.
And I know for anybody who's I wholeheartedly believe that Faraaz is not like I love, a Trump or Buster kind of guy.
I would rather him not be president. That's what I would rather him not be president.
You're concerned with the precedent that it would set to have a large public figure like this removed for the interpretation of something, and as opposed to an explicit call for direct violence, even implications are still someone else coming to the conclusion and inferring that, right? That's what you would.
It is
That's
immoral
where you'd have issues.
for that to be the case, where he was banned on this basis. And the ideas and values that it propagates are catastrophic. You have a social media company banning the president for not even, breaching something that they said he breached. They said he incited violence. I do not see an incitement of violence. I do not see it. Show me it, and then we can talk. But right now, I don't see it. I see inferences or indirect things that could be interpreted as calls to violence, but I do not see an incitement of violence. And to give a company the power to ban the president based on circumstantial or subjective thought or evidence is not a good thing. It's really not. Like, you don't understand. We don't even know who the people behind Twitter are. And they're changing. So giving them that power means that in situations where, hey, guess what? Like fucking, what was it? The whole, the freedom of the internet thing. The brown guy, Battle for the Net. Battle for the Net.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that guy. Where it was so clear
Brown guy. Gosh
that
dang.
people, Ajit Pai, that guy, where everybody was like, no, we want the freedom.
neutrality.
We want net neutrality. We want net neutrality. We want net neutrality. And there was all this stuff where people like petitions, fight for it, do this, do that, all sorts of things. And guess what happened? That the people in power were like, no, we don't care what you say. We're going to do what we're able to do, what serves our interests. That's exactly what will happen in the cases of social media, in the cases of Google, is that one day there will be a situation where you are not on the receiving end. You are not, it's not going to be good for you. And you're going to be like, this is unjust. This is not okay. You're going to see it from that perspective. And they're going to do it anyway because you are giving them the power to do it now. If they can do it to the president, they can do it to you. And the president, it doesn't even have to be justified. There just has to, right now, there just has to be enough outrage about it. That's it. It's not whether it's right or wrong. It's whether people are satisfied or dissatisfied with it. It's a terrible precedent to set. Like, and it's
I'm
the
gonna
same.
read.
Yep.
I'm gonna read their official statement because people are asking for that, and I'm also curious what the official statement was.
Yeah.
Permanent suspension of @RealDonaldTrump. After close review of recent tweets from @RealDonaldTrump account and the context around them, specifically how they are being received and interpreted on and off Twitter, we have permanently suspended the account due to the risk of further incitement of violence. In the context of horrific events this week, we made it clear on Wednesday that additional violations of the Twitter rules would potentially result in this very course of action. Our public interest framework exists to enable the public to hear from elected officials and world leaders directly. It is built on a principle that the people have a right to hold power to account in the open. However, we have made it clear going back years that these accounts are not above our rules entirely and cannot use Twitter to incite violence. Among other things, we will continue to be transparent around our policies and their enforcement. The below is a comprehensive analysis of our policy enforcement approach in this case.
Okay.
Overview. Would you like me to read these?
Yeah, I can read them too if you don't want to. It's up to you.
I can. This is unless you. I
Yeah,
will
I'm
send
fine
them
either
to you
way.
so you can read them also. This is because I know that still doing the run. You may. Are you in the scary spit with all the dogs? And
I got
stuff?
hit anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oogie oogie. On January 8th, 2021, President Donald J. Trump tweeted, "The 75 million great American patriots who voted for me, America first, and make America great again will have a giant voice long into the future. They will not be disrespected or treated unfairly in any way, shape, or form." Shortly thereafter, the president tweeted, "To all those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th, which makes me kind of giggle, actually.
Okay.
I'm not going to be the featured speaker. I'm not going to show up. My hands are so big. Due to the ongoing tensions in the United States and an uptick in the global conversation in regards to the people who violently stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021, 2021. Why am I? Oh, God. These two tweets must be read in the context of broader events in the country and the ways in which the president's statements can be mobilized by different audiences, including to incite violence, as well as in the context of the pattern of behavior from the accounts in recent weeks. After assessing the language in these tweets against our glorification of violence policy, we have determined that these tweets are in violation of the glorification of violence policy and that the real @DonaldTrump should be immediately permanently suspended from the service. Assessment.
Okay.
We
So
assessed.
yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We assessed the two tweets referenced under our glorification of violence policy, which aims to prevent the glorification of violence that could inspire others to replicate violent acts and determined that they were highly likely to encourage and inspire people to replicate the criminal acts that took place at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. This determination is based on a number of factors, including President Trump's statement that he will not be attending the inauguration is being actively received by a number of his supporters as further confirmation that the election was not legitimate and is seen as him disavowing his previous claim made via 2 tweets, 1 and 2, by his Deputy Chief Staff, Dan Scavino, that there would be an orderly transition on January 20th. The second tweet may also serve as an encouragement to those potentially considering violent acts at the inauguration would be a safe target as he would not be attending. The use of the words American patriots to describe some of his supporters is also being interpreted as support for those committing violent acts at the U.S. Capitol. The mention of his supporters having a giant voice, all caps, long into the future, and that they will not be disrespected or treated unfairly in any way, shape, or form, 3 exclamation points, close quotes, is being interpreted as further indication that Donald Trump does not plan to facilitate an orderly transition, and instead that he plans to continue to support, empower, and shield those who believe that he won the election. Plans for future armed protests have already begun proliferating on and off of Twitter, including a proposed secondary attack on the U.S. Capitol and the state Capitol buildings on January 17th, 2021. As such, our determination is that those 2 tweets above are likely to inspire others to replicate the violent acts that took place on January 6th, 2021, and that there are multiple indicators that they are being received and understood as encouragement to do so.
Okay, do I need to say anything or
Nope, that's just, I'll send you the thing and you can look at it if you didn't.
that's enough for me.
That's
There's
the reasoning.
zero incitement of violence there, and it was a major stretch. So what they took 2 tweets and they said, hey, he said words. And because of these words and these caps, well, we're going to take what happened and say, draw some really, really strange conclusions to say, yep, he made this happen. That's ridiculous. That I don't, and it's,
Every time you say ridiculous, I just giggle on the inside and I couldn't hold that one back.
it's
So
like, do you see that as logical? Like, do you,
with all of the last stuff that I have seen, like I said, I have the context of the last few weeks.
no, just on
of
their
things that
case,
he
just
said.
on Twitter's case, they gave
Just on their case, I'm assuming that they're going with the other with the other context. that
then
is
why wouldn't they
more
present
compelling to
those
me.
things? Because hey, they said here, these 2 tweets are the ones we pick. You know what I said? Like in my mind, I was like, I'm getting ready for like some actual good cases of things happening. But they picked those 2 tweets. Those 2 tweets do not incite violence. I was ready for something actually coming at me. And it's like what I got is like here's a wet noodle. This is our wet noodle.
I'm
to
gonna
you.
let me compile the other stuff, and you can decide if the context doesn't allow for that to meet that, and I will accept that if that's the
okay.
standard.
And we
that
can
you would
talk
expect for
about
it, then that's what you expect for it.
that if you want to compile all this stuff, that's fine, and we can talk about that then. But if we take Twitter's case, Twitter's justification, just the Twitter justification, which, by the way, should be very thorough and very worked on because they're banning the president of the United States from their platform, then that's a pretty big stretch. And the idea that people aren't being like, what the fuck, shows that we are so far gone. That is not a good case. Like, that's not a good case at all. Look, it's like me saying, like, okay, well, a bunch of people in my chat went and they went to a Trump rally and they helped incite the violence. And because I said that I do not denounce Trump, it's my fault and my channel should be banned. Like that's the stretch they're making. Or because I did not say, yeah, fuck Trump, and I didn't, side with the people who are like, this is reprehensible. Because of that, well, they might have interpreted that as I'm for what they're doing and I should be banned. No, that's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous. And I don't see how anybody can not see that. Like, it's clear he did not incite violence. He didn't. He might have, not in that case, at least not in those two tweets.
Yeah, I'm trying
In-
to look for what the and again, I think your green apple on this is he needs to say, "Go raid the Capitol building" for you to consider it incite violence. It can't be an inference.
No,
It can't
no,
be
it's
an implication, right?
Well, for me to actually consider it, I would have a threshold less than that. But I would say in order for it to have a legal or moral basis, for actually banning someone, you would need them to actually incite violence. It can't be up to interpretation. You have to minimize that. It can't be
question is when you
perceived.
say need to incite violence, that's the question is.
If I said,
what
"Hey, Ben
the
Rice, go
barrier is.
punch that person over there," or
Yeah,
go,
so you're saying it would need to be explicit statement of "go raid the Capitol building." That is what you're saying. That is your green. You would need someone to say that. It wouldn't work if it was an implication or inferred to go and do this thing given the context surrounding it. That I'm just trying to clarify your position here because I'm saying what would it take, and you're saying they would need to incite violence because some people are reading that, and Twitter obviously read that and is saying this is up to our barrier of what we consider, right?
See, I don't think that's the case. I think you're giving them too much good faith. And I'm always advocating for good faith, but I find people give it in the wrong situations and take it away in the right situations. So I do not think the dog's gone.
Run from the dog. Yeah, run from the dog. I got you.
Okay, that's okay. I do not think that this was like, okay, he breached our terms of service, blah, blah, blah. We have to get rid of him. Because in other scenarios where people have actually incited violence, I take the expression of kill all men, they are allowed to keep their presence on the platform.
I would also encourage people to not use the hashtag kill all men. Please don't do that.
I would
on
encourage
Twitter.
that, but then
And
you can see the difference in treatment.
I would consider that an incitement of violence. I
Yes,
would
sure,
personally
you
say
would.
that, yeah, get them off the platform too. There you go.
Tons of
Easy.
people said that, and they didn't get banned for it. In fact,
I think
public
they should.
figures
There you
said
go.
that. Yeah,
I'd
so
say get them off.
And
Don't
that's what
kill
I'm
all men.
saying is, look,
men. I don't want to be killed, please.
they banned Trump for not inciting violence. They did not ban the people who were saying kill all men or kill all white men or whatever. It's a perceived subjective thing. It's not okay. It's not accessible.
Well,
that
yeah, it's
shows in
people that are-
itself that it's not okay. You cannot have that as a thing because this is what it's already happening. It's not like, oh, it's going to happen in the future where it's gotten bad. It's like, no, it's already happening and it's already terrible. Like you can't, and so many people are saying this, and they're always dismissed or said, it's the same arguments are used: the censorship, the shutting them down. All of these things are used against them instead of being like, you know what? Maybe they have something that they're talking about that makes sense. Like maybe I should look into this. It's like no, we're gonna feed into the atmosphere of no, it's okay to cancel them. It's okay to not listen to dissenting opinions. It's okay to just eat what we're spoon-fed and destroy the careers of other people that do not agree with the narrative or that happen to stumble over the narrative, such as CallMeCarson, that poor guy.
Yeah. I need to make a clarification on your behalf. Faraaz is not talking about the legal capacity of a private corporation not being not implementing the governmental protection of the First Amendment. He is making a moral claim of what we should be doing and what we should be allowing. This is not. Faraaz recognizes that a public or corporation can implement whatever TOS they want legally. It's not a question of it's illegal for them to do this and they can't. It is Faraaz making the moral statement of what he believes ought be done. That is the confines of this conversation. So please don't try and project that he's saying like that he's moral subject. Yeah, this is a subjective topic. We are discussing this in the context of prescriptive statements of what people ought to do. And
Yeah.
you guys are welcome to disagree with that. Faraaz and myself are pretty open about saying if you disagree with me based on the arguments that I give, that is your prerogative to do so. That neither of these are claims of legislated, law enforced things. So that's, and I'm right with, I agree with his ability to hold these opinions and to express these opinions and for us to talk about these. The reason we're talking about them is because we think the conversation in and of itself is important. So it's I think it's important because I also want to know what my friend thinks, and where he's coming from, and even when we disagree, we can be civil about it and respect the other person's perspective and try our best with our best effort to
Yeah,
fully
we're
understand where the other
completely
person's
fine.
coming
Are
from.
people saying we're not complete? We're completely
No,
fine.
just people. I think some people have put some things in the chat saying that that like you're misunderstanding the First Amendment. Faraaz doesn't misunderstand the
Yeah,
First
I don't
Amendment for
misunderstand
America.
it.
He's not making a legal statement here. He's making a philosophical or a moral judgment of prescriptive decisions. This is something that is concerning to him in terms of where society is moving and the direction that that the social structures are moving. That's what his concern is. And I am open to hearing that and voicing it and pushing back where I think that there's disagreement to be had. But it's not. Neither of us are misunderstanding. I don't believe the law as it's applied with First Amendment protecting someone's freedom of speech not being necessarily applicable to private businesses. I wanted to make that clear. So if that's what you guys are thinking, this isn't him being uneducated on anything in regards to those things. It's him making a moral statement and a personal belief statement.
Yes. One thing I wanted to touch on that with is, well, not touch on that, but I wanted to interrupt, but I didn't. Wolfie, thanks for the 200 bits. And if you want me to address certain tweets, link them to either me or Ben Rice. Like that's all you need to do. Because right now we're going only on the basis of, hey, Twitter. What was Twitter's case? They presented their case. These were the tweets
And you're
presented
saying
in their
it
case.
wasn't compelling enough. Yeah,
Not even
I
close.
understand that that's where you hold that to believe.
Yeah.
Kaj, it's called the paradox of tolerance, I believe, not the paradox of intolerance. The paradox of tolerance. If you're forced to tolerate everything, then when someone comes in who is intolerant, then it will overwhelm everybody who feels trapped into a position of unencumbered tolerance, I guess. But I am familiar with it, and Faraaz is familiar with it too because we've talked about it before.
I don't know by that name, but if Ben Rice says I'm familiar with it, I probably am.
Yeah, it's the idea where if someone criticizes you for being intolerant, and the idea of tolerance in general can be paradoxical because if you live your entire life being just unrestrictedly tolerant to everybody and every opinion and everything, then you will be taken advantage of by people that don't feel that same way. It makes you passive regard to everything.
Harmless.
So yeah, we've talked about that before. Is he advocating for government intervention to prevent censorship, or does he want corporations?
Okay, hold on. I have to
make the moral
urinate. You
decisions?
guys, you talk for a bit.
Yeah, I believe Faraaz is not. He's saying
second.
this is what we ought to do as a society. I don't think he's advocating for government intervention. He's saying we shouldn't do this. This is a bad thing. It will lead to future thing. And I do have some concerns, right? The idea. I'm curious what will be the line, right, for it to affect other people. And I think that there is absolutely some weight behind the idea if you start to look at what are considered bannable offenses. There can be some not slippery slope fallacy, but there can be some slippery slope room for things to become troublesome or problematic in the future, where a shift towards these are super complicated things. We're talking about this, I believe, cordially, right? But in general, like I don't have a solution for what we really should do to implement certain things. If somebody is having a problem, and like the CallMeCarson situation, I think that Carson is being unfairly maligned when someone was able to say and write an article calling him a pedophile when that's definitionally not true. So it's those sorts of issues. If he were to be removed based off of that, or have his, there's a whole lot of stuff. So I could absolutely say that there is we can have the conversation if something is justified or not in a given circumstance. I think Faraz's biggest issue is the precedent that that it sends to remove somebody. He is I can't always be the best I can't always be the best representation or articulation of his held beliefs, but Faraz is I believe in the best faith that he possibly can, advocating for people to not be held hostage by social media companies based on whether or not they personally disagree with somebody's opinions or beliefs. It's not necessarily about this isn't a precedent. It could be, right? I don't know. You don't know. No one knows. No one knows what this is going to turn into. We are all speculating and coming to our best guess of what this will mean for future things. But this is absolutely unprecedented. We've never had a standing member of government office, much less the currently sitting president. Yes, he's going to be removed on the 20th, but we've never had a social media remove the sitting president. That's never happened before, and could potentially never happen again, or could be indicative of other things. So that I do not agree that this is something that is universally open and closed and not warranting of at least discussion.
Yes, I agree. I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, I saw you come back. I just was trying to make sure that I was explicit with those sorts of things. Like
I appreciate that. I appreciate you clarifying on my behalf.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to misrepresent. I don't want to misrepresent your position because spoiler alert, I don't think Faraaz is a bad or a hateful person, and we disagree on a few things. But I think that Faraaz, you do your armor fight. I think that
I'm fine here.
I think that Faraaz comes to those conclusions based on his best good faith decisions. I don't think that he's being willfully ignorant. I don't think that he is acting from a position of malice, or trying to do harm or be hateful towards anybody. I think that he sees what he would perceive as a legitimate threat to good people who would potentially be punished if the balance of power is given to
anonymous individuals who are motivated by finances.
Yeah, and I think that is not an unreasonable stance.
Yes, and to clarify that further, I don't like politics. In fact, when Ben Rice says things about politics, I'm like, this is boring. I don't like it.
I know.
I do not like politics. I do not like getting involved in these things. What I do like is people. Well, actually, I don't like people. I just like knowing how they work. But that's where my interests lie. And so what I see, and I wouldn't say this otherwise, because you got to remember, there's no benefit to me. I do not benefit from people thinking I'm sexist, misogynistic, transphobic, or any of these things. I do not benefit. Like I'm on the verge of losing a good friend because I express my opinions in the way I do. And I got a message the other day saying like, hey, I just think we don't agree on much anymore, and we're probably not going to be friends. So there's very little benefit I get from talking about these things or being vocal about these things. There's almost none. In fact, there's the opposite. There are tons of consequences. I'm not eligible for a lot of sponsorships. People don't want to work with me. People don't want to contend with me. There's tons of problems. People talk about me behind my back in other chats all the time, and to other people. I've had so many instances of it happening. Now, compare me to someone who does not talk about any of this. They don't have to deal with any of the problems. And if we talk about, well, they don't get any of the benefits either, it's like, what benefits am I getting? Almost none. The reason I talk about these things and the reason I say these things is because I think in the future, something is going to be very, very bad and very, very wrong. In fact, I think it could result in something far worse than people are willing to even submit to. It could be civil war. It could be global war. It could be a situation like China. It could be worse. Like it could get really, really bad. And God, if in the future I look back and I say, fuck, I did not do anything to stop this. Well, what would be my point? Like why would I even be alive? I see something wrong. I've analyzed it. I've looked at it. I've researched it. I've talked with others about it. And I'm standing up right now to say, hey, it's wrong. Not because that gets me anything, but on the simple basis that I think it's wrong. And I think in speaking up, it would be better for people in the long term. Whereas if I didn't speak up, I would be more benefit. I'd have a lot more benefits in the short term, but I don't think that would be right. Also, Ed Hards, thanks for the Prime sub, man. Sorry, continue, Ben Rice.
I want you to be able to say those things. There was a tweet that got linked, and I think Hi Drunky, put it in your chat as well. Another one during the Capitol raid, right? During this armed attack on Congress. Donald Trump tweeted, these are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever.
Yeah, okay, that's a delusion, or it could be a delusion.
That almost sounds like it's like a lack of not just condemning this thing.
Yeah.
But like promoting it, saying this is what you get. And also Donald Trump went through a whole bunch of he went through every available means legally to push back on the election. He went through the state courts, and all the injunctions were filed in the Supreme Court. And
okay, one thing at a time.
He lost all those cases.
Fair enough.
I'm just saying, like in those instances, for him to continue saying this election was stolen when he lost all the legal cases with everybody saying we do not find that to be the case.
Yeah.
I would grant that is adding to the cause for concern. Did he say go raid the Capitol building in that, or did he explicitly say this is what I wanted and I'm glad you did it? No.
Yeah, look at okay, so here's what I'll say based on that, but I want to take into account what CBD said. But first of all, it's like, yeah, sure, he's an idiot. I do not agree with him. I think he's stupid. I think he's delusional. But that doesn't mean he incited violence. Right? He is stupid. I don't like a lot of the things he says. I don't really like him as a person. I don't like the fascination people have with him, but he did not incite violence. Sure, he coddled the people who fucking went, like he didn't condemn them, but he still did not incite violence. And this is the point I'm trying to make. And the point people try to make against me is like, well, Faraaz, that's not okay. Like, he clearly knows what he's doing, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's not about if he knows what he's doing or not. It's that you cannot have that be the precedent, because having that be the precedent leads to far worse consequences than having it not be the precedent. Okay?
I think I understand your perspective.
That's the perspective there. And so I understand the emotionally charged and vitriol that people spew towards him. I don't do that because I don't see a use for it. But, hey, I do not approve of Donald Trump's actions. I do not approve of him not condemning things. But at the same time, there is no grounds to say not no grounds, there is very little grounds to say that he incited violence. And as such, based on Twitter's case, look, they don't have a case. There's no reason they should have banned him on that guideline of inciting violence. And furthermore, to what CBD said, Cool Black Dude, he said, hey, a lot of the same things happened with the Black Lives Matter protests, and Twitter didn't bat an eye. So protesting, looting, rioting were encouraged. No one batted a fucking eye.
I don't know if there were any actions taken for people that were encouraging looting or rioting. I know the people that I follow, because I'm not following everybody on Twitter, unfortunately. I wish I could, but I can't. I didn't. Most of it I saw were encouraging a peaceful protest, but saying that rioters and looters are not involved in that, are not representative of the movement. So that's my perspective. April did have a question of, if we look up the definition of incite as to encourage or stir up, does that make a difference? And so the question of if we're looking at incite violence, if that's something that they're looking at, it doesn't necessarily mean explicitly call for those words, but I think
Then
I
we'd have
messaged
to
this
we'd
when-
have to talk to a lawyer about this one because this gets shaky. We'd have to look at the cases of the courts and stuff like that.
Do you think that, and this is me asking you to make a guess of something, so I'm not holding you
Okay,
to like
okay.
legal precedent. Do you think that maybe the people in Twitter would have access to those and before making a decision like this would confirm to see if their case was sound?
Absolutely
or
not.
Do you,
No, I do not
You
think
don't think so?
No.
I feel like they would, but maybe I'm giving them too much credit. I
No,
would give them
no,
credit to say like
course
they
not.
would have a legal team that is checking these sorts of
Ah.
things and would say we reasonably can move on this as opposed
Okay,
to
I would
like,
give them
listen here,
that.
Bill, you're
Yeah,
going
yeah.
off the deep end.
Yes, I would give
I-
them that. They definitely have a legal team and they can say we might be able to get away with this or not. But I do not think it's an objective, hey, let's consult the court cases and see what's going on. I think it's more of we want to get rid of this guy. Let's figure out how we can do it.
Okay. That is. Oh, Frankie posted something. I'll read it for you. On the case of him inciting violence, I think in this case, they correctly read between the lines, i.e. Trump knew his followers had a high probability of violence and encouraging them to march towards the Capitol if they had taken no action, and he kept making similar statements. They are somewhat complicit. It's enabling, and that is dangerous. However, if they had incorrectly read between the lines, or if they do in the future, i.e. put meaning to someone's word unjustly to push their agenda, that
It
is
got cut
equally
off.
dangerous.
That is equally dangerous.
That is equally dangerous. I'm on it. You
So
do
he's
your
for
run.
both
I'm reading
sides. So
Frankie.
he's saying like, hey, he read between the lines. So they got someone in this case, but the precedent is also fucked up. Frankie,
And
you
I
can
think-
you can come in the call too if you want to explain
Hope
further.
you're good, Frankie.
It's up to you. Rebs, that goes for you and Kerchak as well if you would like. But well, as long as that's okay with you, Ben Rice. But
No, never.
Yeah.
Never these people. Like Frankie's a myrtle. He kills people in Among Us all the time and lies and laughs about it. Can't trust anything he says.
yeah, but people keep
Oh.
saying like it's like, oh, he did this or he didn't condemn them or he didn't do this, and it's like, man, it doesn't fucking matter. He didn't incite
I thought
violence.
people are responsible for their own actions and what they do. Yeah. Yeah. I think that is, individual responsibility does exist, but when you're looking at someone's call to action on something, I feel like a case can absolutely be made that a public figure and this is going to be an extreme example, so Miss Killionaire, please don't think that I'm trying to make this case for you, but sometimes examples need to be extreme to prove or to support a point. I think that people are very comfortable looking at Hitler saying like he incited a lot of the decisions, but every individual person who acted is really the one who was responsible, and I don't know how many people he individually killed.
Oh, look at that.
Right,
That's
so
something
there's
from CBD. Riots are the voices of the unheard was the MLK quote, Martin Luther King quote, that I saw dozens of times when Black Lives Matter riots were taking place. That is way more of an incitement to violence than whatever Trump said. Yeah, like that. But the idea is that it's like, oh, well, we get to pick and choose, just like the kill all men thing. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Agree. Hey, I mean, I hope you're saying that not to me specifically.
No, no,
'cause
no, no.
I'm not a fan of anything that's like kill all men because I'm a man and my dad's a man, and I know some friends that are pretty cool that also have the whole being a man condition.
Yes,
I'm
but that's
not-
the idea is they should not be able to police dialogue on that basis, because then what happens is you get situations like this where someone gets fucked based on what they think is right and not, and so another person does not get fucked because it's okay with them, because the cause is all right. Right? Oh, well, it's Black Lives Matter, so anything goes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's
that's
Trump,
one of the
so
failings
nothing
of
goes.
everything being run by people and making people decisions, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean-
corporations don't suddenly ascend to the capacity to be able to perfectly read every situation and never.
No, it's, now you're
and
giving them
never
too much
potentially-
credit. So it's like now I see the same thing that people argue that, oh, well, Trump is coddling them and not condemning them. It's like you're doing the exact same thing. That's what it seems like. It's like you're saying, oh, well, yeah, of course they're incentivized
No, I recognize
to
the
do this and so
weakness.
on.
I recognize the weakness of any system that is at its core human. That I don't think that's coddling to do that.
I do.
And because I don't have, because if I was in that position, if I do not think it's coddling for me to say I would potentially make mistakes in a position of where I am responsible for determining whether or not what somebody is saying is the right. Like if if Twitter did nothing in this instance, they would definitely receive a lot of criticism that they are allowing for this thing to exist on their site and on their platform. They would absolutely be on the hook for that.
Well, no, because whatever they do, you have to think about, like, okay, you have two options. They're both bad. Which one do you pick? You pick the one that does the best for you. And so in this case, Twitter can pick to leave them on the platform and do the right thing, which is bad for them, but I think good overall. Or they can pick to pick their side to signal that they are on the side of the compassionate and the right people and the rest of Silicon Valley. And they can say, okay, we're banning him from our platform because when we read between the lines, we find it as hate speech. They can do that, and that's bad as well. Both situations generate traffic and controversy for them to capitalize on, but one of them alienates them from the rest of the group. That's all it is. So they're picking the one that doesn't alienate them from the rest of the big tech. That's it. And it's not because it's
Well, they're
moral
picking the one.
or
They're
good.
picking the one. Well, they're picking the one that's going to be the most profitable. Right?
Yes, and so when my
Always.
argument is, like, you saying or not condemning them is the exact argument that Kerchak is making against Twitter or Trump not condemning his voters. Is that, oh, well, you're just, yeah, okay, like, Twitter, you're doing this horrible and reprehensible thing that could potentially heavily contribute to
So
the
I am not,
destruction. Hold on.
I am not saying, well, you're doing this horribly
no, no,
reprehensible
no, no.
thing, but I'm not. You are viewing it as horribly reprehensible.
Well, you've even said, like, hey, they shouldn't be doing this. This is
no,
not
I've
okay.
said, well, I've said that I am curious about the precedent. Your
Yeah, so maybe Trump's the same
your
way.
guess for
Maybe
the future-
Trump's
your
like, you
guess
know
for
what?
the future
They tried
is-
something and they were upset, and it's completely understandable because they're upset. They're voters. They're going to go do some peaceful protests. You have the right to carry amongst a lot of them. And then, there's criminals in there. So, you know what? I understand. It's okay. I understand why they did this and how they did this. So I'm not going to condemn them, but I'm not going to say you did good either.
I'm in favor of deplatforming misinformation, personally.
I think that's ridiculous. I don't understand how you can be on that position when you say, I want to encourage people to be more thorough, more honest, and more thought out.
I think those positions can coexist.
How so?
By encouraging them, by being the person that is encouraging them to be more thoughtful and thorough and mindful about the information
How
they
does
have,
the absence
and removing
of-
and actively attacking and removing bad takes and provable demonstrably misinformation.
Yeah, but
from
what about the
being
stuff that isn't
posted?
demonstrably inaccurate?
In that instant, if I can't demonstrate that it's inaccurate, then it would be protected by my inability to do so.
Okay, so then
but
your
there are
position-
because when you're saying
Yeah,
earlier
okay.
when I said that, you're like, well, there's certain things that you can't prove and that are going to be in those subjective cases. Then I would feel more like, yeah, okay, I don't like this, but I can't say you're wrong. So I guess I can't do anything, but I will be watching with interest. I am more in favor of deplatforming for actively lying and causing harm in that way than you are. I will admit that. I'm not to a crazy hyper extent, but I definitely lean more in that direction.
Okay, so to clarify your position, you are in favor of cancel culture when there are objective and provable metrics that say this is misinformation.
I wouldn't call it cancel culture. I would say I am in favor
Of deplatforming.
of if somebody is using their platform to spread dangerous misinformation, I am comfortable that with a private company saying, I don't want this on our platform, we're going to remove it. I am more comfortable with that, yes.
Okay, but to clarify, there has to be
That is
objective
the clarification.
and
That is the
provable
clarification.
evidence
To remove it, yes.
to remove it, which would mean, like, what would that mean? Would that mean an incitement of violence, or would that mean, in this case, an interpretation of an incitement of violence? Because there's a line there. And that's what I'm
if we're
saying.
talking about incitement to stir up or encourage, this does seem like this would qualify for that.
Okay, but then what about on the other side of the spectrum with the Black Lives Matter thing, where it's like or protests are the violence of the unheard, or whatever CBD said? Would that be an incitement of violence?
If someone were to say, in these sorts of things, and I'm not in favor of rioting, ever.
Yeah, but we were just addressing this one position. So I understand.
If
I
that was the
understand.
position, then I would say I would be in favor of like, yeah, you can't say that here. No.
Okay, so you are in favor of saying, hey, there's a universal standard, and the standard applies to everybody, and
Encouragement
not.
of violent rioting and looting is something that I would say it would be a bannable offense in my TOS.
Okay, so then from there, where is the line, and how do you determine? Like, do you take group identity into the fact? Do you take positions of power into consideration? Like, if I, as a young brown boy, say on Twitter, "Hey, you know what? I think we should punch a brown person today." Is that worse or better than when a white person says that, or is that worse?
Can you give me a more realistic example?
Okay, so obviously you wouldn't be in favor of kill all men.
Right.
Now, let's say that someone said white men are oppressive and should be limited on their opportunities, or white men are oppressive and should see the violence that. Oh, well, actually, let's just the first example.
That's the incitement of violence.
That
And
is
should
that
limit
is an
their-
incitement of violence. Yes, but let's say the first one. They're oppressive and they should not.
I'm trying to think if I could prove that.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a call to action of that's an expression of an opinion, right?
Sure.
That is.
Yeah.
I would be more comfortable with someone saying that. I would disagree with it, and I would encourage.
But if you own Twitter, would you allow that on your platform?
yeah,
You would. So that would be allowed. But now
Because if
let's say.
someone-
So go ahead.
I would consider that in the bad take, but I can't like that is that I'm trying to look where the factual would be.
There's nothing factual there. It's just like,
Right.
hey, here's an opinion. And technically you could say, yeah, because of that a bunch of white people got beat up and it was because of this tweet. Technically that person didn't incite violence.
If I was about to if I was like, hey, I'm gonna be at this place at this time. You guys want to come meet me there? Also, white people are oppressive and should have less opportunities. We're gonna be at this big place right now, and I feel like that might be a bit more of a stretch.
So then would you say you would ban that versus the previous statement? So if you give hey, I'm gonna meet you guys. So if we're gonna meet up, if you add a meeting component to it, does that then make it an incitement of violence?
I would need to be more thorough with the consideration in the context there.
Yes. So then here's the problem: is it's not so simple. That's what I'm trying to draw attention to.
I'm not trying to claim.
No,
that
I'm
it's
not
simple.
claiming it's simple, but that's the problem I'm saying with that position. And so let me explain. I agree with you. When there are things that are blatantly misinformation, you should throw them out. However, it's not so simple because there are different dynamics, and especially with the changing definitions. What is considered racist isn't racist. What is considered transphobic isn't transphobic. What is considered inciting violence may or may not be, depending on the person who invokes that violence, their group identity, their power structure, whatever. All of these things come into play with the rhetoric that's being pushed, with the narrative that's being pushed. So I agree with you. If you could objectively say this is false, the sky is not blue, or sorry, the sky is not yellow. Sometimes it is. I am not brown. Something like that, which is even hard to say now because there's transracialism. Metal is harder than wood.
Steel's heavier than feathers.
Yeah, something. Steel is more dense than feathers. Fair enough. Steel, 1 pound of steel is more dense than one pound of feather. That is something that is true. Objectively, I believe. I'm sure you could find some way around that. But if you said 1 pound of steel is lighter or less dense than 1 pound of feathers, then, it depends on how much you squish it down. But
I think the way that I would the differentiation is I would probably treat it like I treat my Twitch chat. I think that's it.
Yes, and see, that's the problem, is that you ultimately have to have someone making the decision. So if you are
yeah,
in
you
the
know what?
position of leadership,
I'll own this position. I'll go ahead and own this position.
Yeah.
Benevolent Benjamin is the dictator of Twitter, just like I am the dictator of my Twitch chat. I think I have a pretty good Twitch cat. I do. His name's Chester. He's wonderful. Yeah.
yeah, that's great. And that's wonderful. And I would trust you to run Twitter. I would. I'd say, hey, Ben Rice will do a great job. But what happens when that's the precedent set? What happens when you get fired or you change jobs or you retire or you die? Then who else comes into power? Someone who might be like, I don't know. Well, we can't talk about other streamers, but let's say in this case, Trump. Okay, it's okay to
I know
shit
who
on
you just
Trump.
thought of, by the way.
Yeah.
Whether you know or not, I know
okay.
who you just thought of.
Yeah, sure. But let's say Trump comes into power and he runs Twitter how he wants it to. Then what happens? Then you have legal precedents or things that are okay to do that he will abuse and other people will abuse. And it's not just Twitter. If that's the precedent set for Facebook, for Google, for all of big tech, guess what? You've all of a sudden gone from a fair and just rule of Ben Rice to a corrupt and catastrophic rule of Scar from The Lion King. Like that is the problem with that perspective. That's what I see, and that's what I'm trying to communicate. I agree with you. I would like it if blatant misinformation was not allowed. But in removing misinformation, you give
You
the
don't
person...
think it's realistic to be able to do it fairly
It is not,
for
and
all
it
of
is.
time.
It's not even realistic. It's you will get the opposite. You will get an abuse of power greater than the negative effect of the misinformation, and this is shown. It is shown so in
Did
so
someone just
many
knock on your
places.
door?
No, that was me slamming on my desk with my finger.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
I almost peed. I was scared.
Yeah, it's okay. No one's coming to greet me, to cancel me. But
Yeah,
like that's what
the Canadian police.
Yeah, that's why I say, like, hey, how can your two positions of encouraging people honesty or encouraging honest and thorough discussion and also canceling people be under the same roof when canceling people involves the denunciation of more than just blatant misinformation. It involves what might be perceived as misinformation by the subjective individual who is always changing and who is not necessarily an expert in the field. So, for example, this is considered transphobic. A biologist saying there are two sexes, that's considered transphobic in a lot of circles, and the person will be forced to apologize for saying what they are an expert in. Biology is considered racist in a lot of fields. Like, there's all these things that are happening, and it is in part because of the acceptance of cancel culture and the idea that it is okay to throw out opinions or beliefs that are not necessarily what you think to be right. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm hungry too.
What do you think about that?
I think that I pretty much understand your position.
Now, do you agree with it? Disagree with it?
I have some agreements and some disagreements. I also think that it's an incredibly complicated world that we live in, and when we get to the idea of prescriptive statements of societal what we ought to do, that's where I run into the hard like question.
Okay. Do you understand
'Cause I don't
how
know.
I could be in disagreement with your insistence on having those two what I would perceive as conflicting ideas under the same roof?
Stand that you see those being conflicting.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you agree?
I-
Disagree? Why?
No, I still think that I can. I still think that I can simultaneously hold the positions. I
Okay.
think that
On what
again,
grounds?
it comes down to, on the grounds to I can't be offered a more consistent, better position that seems like it is not also flawed.
Well, there's always going to be flaw. That's the whole idea. This whole idea behind
Yeah.
capitalism
That's
is
it.
like it's
But
a flawed
that's what I'm-
system, but it's the best we
so what I'm
got.
lo- So when I'm looking at my position, I'm saying, yeah, I can definitely see some weaknesses in it, but I'm not convinced enough by the alternative to say that like this is one that would have me not adopt it. I still would prefer to have there be the I am all right with a private entity not feeling compelled to platform somebody if they deem their
We've got to
views to be reprehensible.
make that read. I want to add in that it's not just a private entity; it's a private entity of large scale size and large scale influence. Massive. It's one of the biggest private entities.
It's impossible to establish what that scale is though, because I asked you like what would be the combination of like when does your Twitch chat become large scale enough where it would have to be the
When
consideration?
over
because they're
half of
fundamentally
the
different.
population uses it.
Is that don't
Over
have
half
the
the population uses Google. That's for sure.
Do they?
Oh yes. Are you
Spider-Man
kidding me?
uses Bing for the record.
Okay,
He's
that's
woke.
great. Cool. And some people use DuckDuckGo.
Population that uses Google. Where can I even find that?
There you go. Facebook has 2 billion users. Look at that.
4 billion. That might exactly be half. Right? We have 52%. Yep. All right. I grant you this.
Thank you.
So are we talking about Google or are we talking about Twitter?
Yeah, you can go with Google, Twitter. The whole idea is big tech operates as a unit, more or less.
Okay. I understand your position, my friend.
Okay, now what's your
Beat
position?
Flameworker. We'll beat Flameworker. My
I
position's still the same.
okay.
No, I want to see you beat him. No hits. You got it.
I can do it. He's acting nicely.
I know you can do it. Can you do it?
Next.
Because I've seen 2 of your runs die to Flameworker, and I won.
Yeah, the ones that are
boy.
important die. The ones that are not important don't die.
Wait, okay.
Let's jump back.
To be fair, that was a terrible Spider-Man that used being subjective, but still. He was the worst Peter Parker. He was a decent Spider-Man.
Oh, you said Peter Parker uses. Oh, I didn't hear that. I was like, I don't know who the fuck that is.
In the Amazing Spider- I don't know, the one with Andrew Garfield, who I never would believe was the nerdy kid who couldn't make friends. Oh, he's amazing at skateboarding, and he's a camera geek, and is conventionally attractive, but no one wants to be he's standing up against bullies before he's even Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's unbelievable.
Very
Tobey Maguire all the
unbelievable.
way.
It's terrible.
Yep.
Just like Twitter.
Yeah, so we should just stay off Twitter. Everyone boycott Twitter. There you go.
There you go.
Problem solved.
No, it's not solved. He's done. I didn't want to kill
Yay,
him.
got him.
Yay!
Easy. First try.
First try. Normal.
Good practice.
Someone says big tech algorithms are more influential than anything on us. Yeah, look at YouTube's fucking algorithm. What you watch is determined by the algorithm. If they don't like you, hey, guess what? Your shit doesn't pop up. Like it's not it's not cool. It's not all right, and people just think it's all right because they don't see past 2 fucking feet in front of their face.
Yeah.
It's like there's been so many warnings for this stuff. So many warnings for this stuff. The whole Orwellian thing, right? That's a big warning, isn't it? People always say that. Oh, look at
Just having the government and everything follow everything you do.
yeah. Except instead of the government, it's the government's.
Well, don't you think that the only way to stop a private company from doing that would be legislation, right? That a company would have to adhere to the same kind of.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that
That's the government taking
internet is
taking a bigger
protected.
role in.
No. Because instead of it being the government here, it's the government is using. Like like if you look at how Snowden, like Snowden's Joe Rogan podcast, he explains a lot about how the government uses private tech companies or social media corporations to gather data, or phone companies to gather data. It's still the government that's doing it. It's just doing it on the scale of it's a portion of the government that's doing it on the scale of, okay, you guys have this information, we're going to take it. So the whole idea was before. What was going on is the government was trying to figure out ways. What they were originally going to do is they were going to have everybody carry government mandated tracking devices. They're like, can we get away with this? And people are like, no, you can't get away with that. Right? And this is from the most recent Joe Rogan podcast with something Marlinspike, Max Marlinspike or something. And he said, like, yeah, what ended up happening is actually people ended up carrying smartphones everywhere they went, just as a coincidence. And because of that, data ended up pooling in certain places. And of course, the government's just going to acquire this data. They might not be responsible for the pooling of data, but they're just going to, it killed me. Take it anyway.
Slightly delayed. Dang it.
Yeah, Moxie is the founder of Signal.
Oh man.
So it's like things are going in a direction, and there are so many warnings right now. There are so many warnings. Yet people are choosing to ignore those warnings and instead facilitate their feelings, or what feels good, or what feels nice. And they're willing to throw others away in the name of that idea. And that is the central point of whatever I talk about. Whatever's going on, Black Lives Matter, Me Too, whatever it is, look at it objectively, like really do. And don't just follow and think the things that people say are right is all right.
I will agree, and this maybe is a nice opportunity to make the statement. If you agree with something because a movement says it and that's the only information you haven't done your job in following through and increasing your understanding. That isn't enough. You really need to make sure that you avoid, because it can be catastrophic, to start to blindly follow something because you did agree. Like I always say this to people that come to me for like lifting advice or things like that, just because I've got I'm an authority in this particular field, and I still encourage people to go to other places also. Mine should not be the first, last, and only place you go for this information. You should aspire to improve your understanding, and no matter what position you come to, don't have the only thing that leads you to coming up to your conclusions being that seems to be what the general consensus of a movement is. If you care about something enough to put your opinion out there, please be thoughtful, be mindful, be critical, so that you can challenge your own pre-existing held notions and beliefs and come to a better understanding. That is the biggest thing we can do as an individual level to move in a direction that's better, regardless of where you land on this issue of what other people or what other corporations or companies can do, because we can't change them. All we can do is affect our own choices and the impact we have on the world. Please do more for each other and for yourselves.
Yeah.
And that's how the change gets made, because we can talk about what we think ought to be done all we want, but if people continue to not do that and not further involve and just continue to hide their head and say, I don't want to think about these things because it's too much, we don't ever move anywhere. It's good or bad. We just don't.
That's what I wanted to clarify that point. Being more thorough and being more responsible in the words you speak does not mean sit and do nothing because you aren't doing something bad. No, you can't sit and do nothing either. Like, really, the world's gonna change and it's gonna get a lot worse. Like, hey, I'm telling you right now, there are things that are going nice, like a lot of good things, and that's great. But there are a lot of things that are going really bad right now. And so, hey, if you have some time, listen to what Ben Rice said and improve your capacity to deal with these things, and then do something about it. Like, actually do something about it. And if you make mistakes, fine. But also, act in a place of love and good faith and understanding. And don't let people push you around. Well, do you want to? I have one more thing to say, but you can.
That feels like a good spot for me, I think, and we have a lot to do on my end today.
Yeah.
As well. So if you have something that
Then-
I know that you and I always like circle around the drain on ending conversations, and we'll talk for like, okay, I gotta go now, and then talk for 2 more hours, and then we're always late to things. But
Yeah, sure. So the other thing I would say, and this is an actionable thing, and this is something. Well, here I'll tell you why I'm saying this, and I'm saying this because, well, I think CallMeCarson, from what I know about him, Korchak, thanks for
Kerchak,
gifting 10
for
subs,
both
man.
of us.
Yeah,
You did it to both of us, you sneaky bean.
that's really nice. Thank you. Thanks, Korchak. Let me get through this though. But
Call me Carson.
CallMeCarson. So he's someone who is in a bad situation. And one of the reasons I wanted to talk about him is because someone asked me to talk about him. Because they think that what is going on with him is absolutely horrible. Absolutely terrible. It's a really bad thing. And it's not just that it's a bad thing, it's that he's suffering for it. I don't think I don't know him too well. And I don't know his character. I don't know a bunch of things about him. But at first glance, well, I'd say about at third glance, I don't think he deserves what he's going through at all. So what I would say is the actionable part of this claim is that maybe, or actually, yeah, go do this. Go look into CallMeCarson's case. Go look at the facts. Go look at what happened. This is a pretty easy one to do. It's not complicated. There's not too much political agenda here. But just go see what happened. And make your own conclusions. Figure out what you want. But if you do believe that he has been wrongly accused or he's going through things he shouldn't, or, it's people are associating him with pedophiles when he isn't one. If you believe those things, and I'm not trying to compel you to believe those things as the whole dialogue with Trump might indicate or hold me culpable for, then maybe send him a message and say that. Like I think that would be a not too heavy of an effort to do. I don't think that's too much to ask. Say, hey, if you see injustice and you looked into it and it is injustice, that you can say to the person who's going through that, hey man, look, I looked up your case. I was trying to figure out what was going on, and I wanted you to know that not everybody thinks you're terrible, and I feel really bad about what you're going through, and I wish I could do something more than that. I think that is a reasonable thing to do. So that's all I would ask you to do if you want to take anything you've heard here and do something with it in the immediate future.
There you go.
Yeah, that's good for me. Unless anybody has anything else to say for that. You, Ben Rice?
No, just you all right otherwise, other than being hungry?
Hungry, yeah, I'm gonna probably end soon, but yeah, I'm okay. How are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, we've got a long day. I'm excited to do stuff, but it's gonna be a lot of it. And we're prepping. I told you I got Jess officially to give me the green light on the 48. So that's gonna be exciting and kind of
Do you know when it is?
nerve-wracking. Yep, 22nd and 23rd, because we're gonna push to max out our emote slots, at least what I think is gonna be our carrying capacity.
How much do you need to max them out?
We're gonna if the chat gets to 4,000 sub points, then I'm gonna cover the last 1,000 to get us to 50 or to 5,000, and that will be 45 emotes. And
really
then
good.
They from 45 to 50, they go up to 400 points per, and that's just so prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
Because even 1,000 is going to be 167 tier 3s. So if we get to that point, but if we get to it, I'm gonna commit to doing a Breath of the Wild 100% speed run.
Does
even
that
though I've never
that
actually finished the
includes
game
all
before.
Koroks?
That it's the to get a run that would
There's
qualify
like 800 Koroks.
There are 900 Korok seeds, and I've never
900.
beaten the game before.
Oh no.
I think I saw someone else do it who had done a casual playthrough before, and it took him 68 hours.
Run. Yeah.
It would I'd have the timer going. I'd get 3 bathroom. I get what is it, like 3 sleep breaks every 18 hours, or something like that.
Oh, so you can pause it. You can pause the timer.
Up to a certain point, but then the timer has to run after that. So it's probably gonna take me for a week.
Yeah. So you're just gonna
To
do
get
like
this
what,
thing
a
done.
bunch of 48-hour streams?
No, we're doing just the one 48-hour stream, and then I'll probably spend some time like doing a casual playthrough, getting familiar with the game, maybe learning a couple of speed run like tips, maybe some launch tech or something to make it slightly less painful. But it's gonna be, the world record right now is like 19 hours. So
Yeah.
and that's somebody who knows everything about the game and does it like once a week, kind of a thing.
Yeah,
So it would be a lot, but that getting to 4,000 sub points would be a lot too. And then my goal is to try and encourage everybody to stop gifting like community subs. So like if someone wants to like maintaining their own sub, but if they wanted to gift a sub to somebody, have it be like an individual person, but actually actively encourage my community to not just hit the gift community button anymore, and instead if they want to support, just have it be through either direct tips or stuff, but to really disincentivize the community sub button being the main
form.
Yeah,
Oh, I
just
understand
think
that.
it'll be better, and because it would remove, like, we'd have access to all those emotes, and I think me committing literally $5,000 of my own money initially to unlock the last 1,000, and
Yeah.
then I get that back with the
You get like half of
payout,
it back.
but-
Yeah.
No, I'll get more than that because it's a tier 3 and it's higher.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what we're doing the next couple weeks, is prepping for that. And
Okay.
I'm a little bit nervous and excited. I remember when Jerome did his 48, you said, Ben Rice, don't ever do this.
Yeah, I
was
did
like,
say
"Probably
don't
won't."
ever do this. Yeah.
And I was, so it's...
And now you're doing it.
Yep, well, love you more.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
I think I saw Rebs earlier. That makes sense.
Yeah. That's fair. Well, that's good. Okay. Well, how do you feel about the talk today? Was it okay? Did I get too close
no,
to
it's just,
sketchy
it's not too
territory?
close. I wouldn't cancel you. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's important for us to have conversations.
Good.
And even though sometimes they're not the most comfortable, I know that these aren't topics that are fun to talk about. Like, I mean, I enjoy talking about them, but I like, I think politics is very dumb, but very important and can be fun to discuss. So.
I hate politics, but I'm
I know you do.
willing to go back and
I
forth
know.
about things. I like just looking at something logically and saying, okay, what are the positives, what are the negatives, and how can we like it not just with politics.
Yeah.
Okay, well then why don't we do it again sometime?
Yeah, let's do it again sometime.
Yeah, you don't sound like you want to.
No, we can do it again sometime.
Okay, we can do it
I'm gonna
again
find
sometime.
those things and see if I can give you more context for a more informed decision. And if you come to the same conclusion, you come to the same conclusion.
Oh,
and
we didn't
that's-
even talk
that's
about the PogChamp thing actually.
We touched on it a little bit, but we can circle back to that. I don't know if Gutex even streams on Twitch anymore.
Yeah,
So
whatever.
it's in terms of that stuff, and I don't care. PogChamp's always been an annoying emote. Get it out
You
of
don't
here.
like it? I don't mind
And
it.
get rid of Kappa. Get rid of Kappa too. Both of them. I don't care. Get them all out.
I'd say Kappa could go, yeah.
So I'd be fine with that. But
Okay.
I don't think anybody's missing out. Like no one on Twitch is little pot. Shush your beautiful bearded face, Jared. I'm not messing with that. Little pog. I'm a big boy. I'm a beefy boy.
It's true. You're like
Okay,
almost double me.
maybe.
Nah, not
You're a
quite.
You're a Leo fella.
Yeah, but I think you're 1.5 of me right now.
Well, if you drank more Soylent, your stomach stopped acting a fool.
You know, that'd be nice if I could drink more Soylent, yeah. I had a can of chicken and Soylent last night because that's all I could digest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you get your run done. I'm gonna use the restroom for the first time in like 6 hours.
You're gonna
and
continue streaming, yes?
We have a workout, a pizza party, music, and maybe pathless, but also we're gonna be working on like doing community alert stuff. So I'm gonna be on for a long time.
Okay, got it. Okay, then I'll just ask chat, hey, did you like this discussion? 1-1 if you did, 2-2 if you didn't, or would like to see something else just before Ben Rice goes to go to the washroom.
Hey, they seem...
Any feedback or anything? Yeah, everybody seems fairly happy, which I generally assume they usually
You're
are happy
putting ones
about.
in my chat. That's fun.
Look at that.
Needs more screaming. Heck, you boys. Tove!